Hello, my friends. I want you to settle in because what we're about to embark on together is nothing short of extraordinary. Today, I'm thrilled to share with you the complete, untold story of the Persian Empire, a tale so incredible, so revolutionary, and so relevant to our modern world that Hollywood couldn't have written it better. But here's the thing. This isn't just another dusty history lesson about long dead kings and forgotten battles. This is the story of how a small group of Iranian tribes created the blueprint for every major empire that followed. This is the story of the world's first superpower, the first global empire, and arguably the first civilization to truly understand what it means to govern diverse peoples with tolerance and respect. When I first began this journey into Persian history, I thought I knew what I was getting into. Like most people, I had some vague ideas about ancient Persia. Maybe you've seen 300 or heard about Cyrus the Great in passing, but nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what I discovered. The Persian Empire wasn't just big. Though at its height, it controlled nearly 3 million square miles and ruled over 40 million people. It wasn't just powerful, though it lasted longer than most modern nations have even existed. No, what made the Persian Empire truly revolutionary was something far more profound. It was the first civilization to figure out that you could build an empire not through oppression, but through inclusion, not through forced assimilation, but through celebrated diversity, not through the iron fist, but through what we might recognize today as enlightened leadership. Think about that for a moment. 2,500 years ago, when most of the world was still organized into small warring tribes and city-states, the Persians created a system of government that spanned 3 continents and included dozens of different languages, religions, and cultures, all living in relative peace and prosperity. They built the world's first international highway system, complete with rest stops and postal service. They created the first standardized currency that worked across multiple countries. They wrote what many scholars consider the world's first charter of human rights. But perhaps most remarkably of all, they did this while maintaining a policy of religious and cultural tolerance that wouldn't be matched by any major empire for over 1,000 years. When the Persians conquered Babylon, they didn't destroy the temples. They restored them. When they took Egypt, they didn't force the Egyptians to worship Persian gods. They became pharaohs themselves and honored Egyptian traditions. When they freed the Jewish exiles, they didn't just let them go home. They funded the rebuilding of their temple in Jerusalem. This wasn't weakness. This was genius, and it worked. While other empires rose and fell within a few generations, the Persian Empire endured for over 2 centuries, only falling when it faced one of history's most brilliant military minds, Alexander the Great. And even then, Alexander was so impressed by Persian administrative systems that he adopted most of them for his own empire. Our journey today will take us from the windswept steppes of Central Asia, where nomadic horsemen first dreamed of empire, to the magnificent palaces of Persepolis, where tribute flowed in from 23 different nations. We'll witness the bloodless conquest of Babylon, stand with Leonidas and his 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, and watch as Alexander's young Macedonians bring 2 centuries of Persian rule to a dramatic end at the battles of Issus and Gaugamela. But this story doesn't end with Alexander. We'll follow the Persian legacy through the Sassanid Empire, which rivaled Rome for 4 centuries and preserved Persian culture through the Islamic conquest. We'll see how Persian ideas about governance, architecture, art, and religion spread from Spain to India, influencing everyone from Byzantine emperors to Mughal princes. And here's what makes this story so relevant today. In our modern world of globalization, immigration, and cultural diversity, we're still grappling with the same fundamental questions the Persians faced 2,500 years ago. How do you create unity while respecting diversity? How do you maintain order while preserving freedom? How do you build a society where people of different backgrounds, beliefs, and traditions can live together in peace and prosperity? The Persians didn't have all the answers. No civilization ever does. But they came closer than anyone before them, and their solutions were so effective that we're still using many of them today. The very concept of tolerance that we hold dear in democratic societies has roots that trace back to Cyrus the Great's policies in ancient Babylon. So buckle up, because we're about to take a trip through 25 centuries of history, from the rise of the first Iranian tribes around 1000 BC to the fall of the last Persian dynasty in 651 AD. We'll explore not just the grand sweep of imperial politics, but the intimate details of daily life. What was it like to be a farmer in Persian Egypt? How did a merchant travel safely from India to Greece? What did a soldier think as he stood in formation at Gaugamela, facing Alexander's phalanx? This is history as it should be told, not as a dry recitation of dates and names, but as a living, breathing story of human ambition, innovation, triumph, and tragedy. It's a story that will change how you think about the ancient world, and maybe even how you think about our modern one. Are you ready? Then let's begin our journey into the heart of the Persian Empire, starting with the mysterious tribes who emerged from the Central Asian steppes with nothing but horses, iron weapons, and a dream that would change the world forever. The dawn of Iranian civilization. To understand how a group of nomadic tribes created the world's first multinational empire, we need to go back to the very beginning, to a time when the great civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia were already ancient, and most of Europe was still populated by illiterate barbarians living in mud huts. Picture, if you will, the vast grasslands of Central Asia around the year 1000 BC. These endless steppes, stretching from the Black Sea to Mongolia, were home to dozens of nomadic peoples who lived their entire lives on horseback. They were masters of mounted warfare, skilled metalworkers who had learned to forge iron weapons, and most importantly, they were on the move. This wasn't a casual migration. This was one of the great population movements in human history, comparable to the later Germanic invasions that brought down the Roman Empire. Wave after wave of Indo-Iranian peoples, calling themselves Aryans, which simply meant the noble ones, began moving southward from their ancestral homeland on the steppes. What drove them? We can only speculate, but climate change likely played a role. The steppes were becoming drier and less suitable for their traditional pastoral lifestyle. Population pressure may have been another factor. Success breeds its own problems, and a growing population needs more grazing land for their horses and cattle. Whatever the cause, by 1000 BC, these tribal confederations were streaming southward into the Iranian plateau, bringing with them their languages, their customs, their gods, and their way of life. The land that greeted these newcomers was a study in extremes. The Iranian plateau is one of the most geographically diverse regions on Earth. In the north, the towering Alborz Mountains create a green, fertile zone along the Caspian Sea. In the west, the Zagros Mountains form a formidable barrier against Mesopotamia, their peaks reaching over 14,000 feet, and their valleys providing perfect defensive positions. Between these mountain ranges lies the Central Plateau, often harsh and arid, but punctuated by oases of remarkable fertility, where ancient rivers have created alluvial fans perfect for agriculture. It was this geography that would shape everything that followed. The mountains created natural boundaries between different tribal groups, allowing distinct cultures to develop, but they also forced innovation and cooperation. In this land of little rainfall, water was precious beyond gold. The early Iranian settlers developed one of the most sophisticated water management systems in the ancient world, the Qanat. Let me take a moment to explain Qanats, because they're one of the most underappreciated engineering marvels in human history. A Qanat is essentially an underground aqueduct that taps into mountain aquifers and carries water for miles through carefully graded tunnels to farming communities in the desert. Some of these systems extended for dozens of miles underground, requiring precise engineering to maintain the gradual slope necessary for water flow. Building a Qanat was an incredible undertaking. Teams of specialized workers called muqannis would dig vertical shafts down to the water table, sometimes hundreds of feet deep. Then they would connect these shafts with horizontal tunnels, removing the excavated earth through the vertical shafts. The entire system had to be surveyed with primitive tools to ensure the correct gradient. Too steep, and the water would erode the channels. Too shallow, and it wouldn't flow at all. The remarkable thing is that many of these Qanats are still functioning today, 2,500 years after they were built. In fact, they represent the oldest continuously operating water supply systems on Earth. They allowed Persian civilization to flourish in some of the most arid regions on the planet, supporting cities, gardens, and agriculture where none should have been possible. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's return to those early tribal migrations. By the 8th century BC, two major groups had emerged from the general mass of Iranian peoples, the Medes in the northwest and the Persians in the southwest. The Medes established themselves in the region south of the Caspian Sea and throughout the central Zagros Mountains. This was excellent country for their traditional lifestyle. Rich pastures for their horses, mountain valleys for their settlements, and strategic positions that controlled the trade routes between Mesopotamia and Central Asia. Their capital, Ecbatana, modern Hamadan, became legendary for its wealth and beauty. The Greek historian Herodotus described it as having 7 concentric walls, each painted a different color, with the innermost walls plated with silver and gold. Whether Herodotus was describing reality or legend, Ecbatana certainly became one of the great cities of the ancient world. Archaeological excavations have revealed massive fortifications, sophisticated urban planning, and evidence of craft specialization that indicates a complex, hierarchical society. The Medes weren't just successful pastoralists, they were becoming an urban civilization. Further south, in the region of Fars, ancient Parsa, the Persian tribes were developing their own distinct society. The land here was more arid than Media, with less natural pasture and more dependence on irrigation agriculture. This environmental challenge may have been a blessing in disguise, as it forced the Persians to become masters of water management and intensive agriculture. They learned to coax incredible productivity from harsh land through careful irrigation, crop rotation, and soil management. The Persian settlements were typically smaller and more scattered than Median cities, built around reliable water sources and connected by an intricate network of irrigation channels. This decentralized pattern would later influence Persian concepts of imperial administration. The idea that an empire could be effectively governed through a network of local centers rather than rigid centralization. Both the Medes and Persians were organized into tribal confederations, led by warrior aristocrats who combined hereditary authority with proven ability in war and governance. These weren't primitive societies. They had sophisticated social hierarchies, complex legal systems, and rich oral traditions that preserved their history and values. Their religion was equally sophisticated, centered on the worship of Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord, and emphasizing the cosmic struggle between truth and falsehood, light and darkness. This religious system would eventually be transformed by the prophet Zarathustra, known to the Greeks as Zoroaster, whose teachings emphasized individual moral choice and personal responsibility for choosing between good and evil. Zoroastrianism introduced revolutionary concepts that would later influence Judaism, Christianity, and Islam: the idea of a single supreme deity, the concept of heaven and hell, the notion of a final judgment, and the belief in the eventual resurrection of the dead. But the early Iranian tribes didn't develop in isolation. To their west lay one of history's first military superpowers, the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians had perfected the art of war on an industrial scale. Their armies were equipped with iron weapons, siege engines, and cavalry. They had developed logistics systems that could support campaigns hundreds of miles from their homeland. Most terrifyingly, they had embraced terror as a deliberate policy tool, using mass deportations, brutal executions, and psychological warfare to break the will of their enemies. The Assyrian records from the 9th and 8th centuries BC contain the first written mentions of the Medes and Persians, usually as targets of tribute collection or military campaigns. These accounts give us fascinating glimpses into early Iranian society, describing their skills as horsemen, their wealth in cattle and crafts, and their fierce resistance to foreign domination. The Assyrian threat forced the previously independent Iranian tribes to consider greater cooperation and political centralization. This was especially true for the Medes, who lived closer to Assyrian territory and felt the pressure more acutely. According to Herodotus, it was a leader named Darius who first united the Median tribes into something resembling a kingdom around 700 BC. Whether Darius was a historical figure or a legendary composite, archaeological evidence confirms that Median society was indeed becoming more centralized and hierarchical during this period. Fortified settlements became larger and more sophisticated. Craft specialization increased, with evidence of workshops producing goods for trade rather than just local consumption. Most importantly, the Medes began to develop the military and administrative capabilities necessary to challenge the established powers. The opportunity came with the gradual weakening of Assyria in the 7th century BC. Under the leadership of Xerxes, who ruled from 625 to 585 BC, the Medes transformed from a collection of tributary tribes into a formidable kingdom with imperial ambitions of their own. Xerxes reorganized the Median military along professional lines, creating specialized units of cavalry, archers, and infantry. He established a regular system of taxation and tribute collection. Most importantly, he forged strategic alliances with other enemies of Assyria. The decisive moment came in 612 BC when Cyaxares allied with Nabopolassar of Babylon to launch a coordinated attack on the Assyrian heartland. The siege of Nineveh, Assyria's great capital, became one of the most significant events in ancient history. When the city finally fell after a desperate defense, the psychological impact was enormous. Assyria, which had dominated the Near East for centuries, was finished as a major power. The Medes claimed the northern portions of the former Assyrian Empire, extending their rule across northern Mesopotamia and into eastern Anatolia. Under Median hegemony, the Persian tribes remained subordinate allies, maintaining local autonomy while acknowledging Median overlordship. This relationship would prove crucial for the future development of both peoples. The Median Empire, though relatively short-lived, established important precedents for later Persian imperial practices. The Medes demonstrated that the Iranian peoples could not only resist the traditional powers of Mesopotamia, but could create their own imperial systems. They adopted and adapted elements of Mesopotamian administrative practices while maintaining their distinctively Iranian cultural traits. Urban centers grew and prospered under Median rule. Trade networks expanded, connecting Central Asia with the Mediterranean world. Artistic traditions flourished, blending indigenous Iranian styles with Mesopotamian, Anatolian, and even Scythian influences. Ecbatana became renowned throughout the ancient world for its magnificence, a worthy rival to Babylon and Memphis. Most importantly for our story, the Median period saw the full development of the religious and cultural traditions that would later characterize the Persian Empire. Zoroastrianism, with its emphasis on truth, justice, and moral choice, provided an ideological framework that could unite diverse peoples under a single political authority. The concept of the Far, divine glory or charisma that legitimized royal authority, became central to Iranian concepts of kingship. Meanwhile, in their southern homeland, the Persian tribes were absorbing these influences while developing their own distinctive identity. They learned from Median administrative practices while maintaining their own traditions of decentralized governance. They adopted Zoroastrian religious concepts while preserving their own tribal customs and oral traditions. They observed Median military innovations while developing their own tactical expertise. By 650 BC, all the pieces were in place for the next chapter in Iranian history. The Median Empire had established itself as a major regional power. The Persian tribes had developed the cultural, military, and administrative foundations for their own imperial project. The established powers of the ancient world, Egypt, Babylon, Lydia, were focused on their traditional rivalries and largely unaware of the gathering storm in the Iranian highlands. Into this moment of opportunity would step a remarkable individual, a Persian prince named Kurush, known to history as Cyrus the Great. His vision would transform not just the balance of power in the ancient world, but the very concept of empire itself. Under his leadership, the scattered Iranian tribes would forge a universal state that stretched from the Mediterranean to India, from Central Asia to the Arabian Desert. But in 650 BC, this imperial future remained unwritten. The stage was set, the actors were in place, and the ancient world was about to witness the birth of something unprecedented in human history. The first truly global empire, built not on conquest and oppression, but on tolerance, inclusion, and respect for diversity. The story of how this happened is one of the greatest adventure tales in human history. A story of ambition and genius, of military brilliance and diplomatic innovation, of cultural synthesis and imperial vision. It's a story that begins with a rebellion in a small Persian principality and ends with the creation of a multinational empire that would influence civilization for millennia to come. The mythical foundation, legends that shaped an empire. Before we dive deeper into the historical rise of Cyrus and his successors, I need to take you on a detour that's absolutely essential to understanding the Persian mind and the Persian soul. Because here's something most history books miss. The Persian Empire wasn't just built on military conquest and administrative genius. It was built on stories. For thousands of years, long before anyone had ever heard of Cyrus the Great, Iranian peoples gathered around fires in the evening darkness and told tales. Tales of heroes who could lift mountains, of kings who ruled for 1,000 years, of demons and dragons, of love so powerful it could resurrect the dead, and of warriors whose courage could shake the very foundations of the earth. These weren't just bedtime stories or simple entertainment. These were the blueprints for civilization itself. They were instruction manuals for how to be a king, how to be a hero, how to live with honor in a world where good and evil were locked in eternal combat. And remarkably, many of these ancient stories have survived to this day, preserved in one of the greatest epic poems ever composed, the Shahnameh, or Book of Kings. Now let me tell you about the Shahnameh, because it's unlike anything in Western literature. Imagine if someone took the Bible, the Iliad, the legends of King Arthur, and the complete works of Shakespeare, mixed them all together, and then spent 30 years crafting them into a single coherent epic of 60,000 verses. That's what the Persian poet Ferdowsi accomplished around the year 1000 AD. Ferdowsi lived during the Islamic period, long after the Persian Empire had fallen to Alexander and then to the Arab conquest. But he was determined to preserve the pre-Islamic traditions of Iran, the stories that had shaped Persian identity for millennia. Working from ancient oral traditions and written sources that have since been lost, he created a masterpiece that traces Iranian civilization from the creation of the world to the Arab conquest, a span of several thousand years. But here's what makes this so relevant to our story. The values, the ideals, and the worldview expressed in these ancient myths were the same values that guided Cyrus the Great when he created his empire. The kings and heroes of the Shahnameh weren't just fictional characters, they were role models that real Persian rulers tried to emulate. Let me start at the beginning, with the creation of the world according to Persian mythology. In the beginning there was Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, the supreme deity of light and truth. But Ahura Mazda was not alone in the cosmos. Opposing him was Angra-Mainyu Ahriman, the destructive spirit, a force of darkness, lies, and chaos. Unlike many ancient mythologies which portray the gods as capricious beings who toy with human fate, Zoroastrian-influenced Persian mythology presents the universe as a cosmic battlefield where humans have a crucial role to play. Every person, from the mightiest king to the humblest farmer, must choose sides in this eternal struggle. Through good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, individuals can strengthen the forces of light and contribute to the eventual triumph of good over evil. This cosmic dualism, this idea that existence itself is a moral choice between truth and falsehood, would become central to Persian political philosophy. A legitimate king wasn't just someone who had seized power through force. He was someone who embodied truth and justice, who fought against the forces of chaos and darkness, who protected the innocent and maintained cosmic order. The Shahnameh begins with the Pishdadian dynasty, the first royal house of mythical Iran. The founder was Kayumars, described as the first human ruler who taught people the arts of civilization. His grandson, Hushang, discovered fire and taught humanity to forge metal tools to domesticate animals and to practice agriculture. These primordial kings established all the foundations of civilized life, setting the precedents for righteous rule that later monarchs would try to follow. But the heart of the Shahnameh, the part that Persians have memorized and recited for 1,000 years, is the story of Rostam, the greatest hero in all of Iranian literature. Rostam wasn't a king. He was something even more important. He was a Pahlavan, a champion, a protector of the realm who served multiple generations of rulers, defending Iran against both external enemies and internal corruption. Rostam was born to unusual parents. His father, Zal, had been abandoned as an infant because he was born with white hair, considered an evil omen. The mythical bird, Simurgh, a creature of immense wisdom and magical power, found the abandoned child and raised him in her nest atop Mount Alborz, When Zal grew to manhood, the Simurgh gave him 3 of her feathers, telling him to burn one whenever he needed her help. Zal fell in love with Rudaba, a princess from a neighboring kingdom. Their courtship is one of the most beautiful love stories in world literature, full of clever stratagems, secret meetings, and ultimately the triumph of true love over political obstacles. When their son was born, he was so large that he nearly killed his mother in childbirth. Only the magical intervention of the Simurgh, summoned by burning one of her feathers, saved both mother and child. The child grew up to become Rostam, a warrior of superhuman strength and courage, riding his faithful horse Raksh. For several hundred years, in Persian mythology, heroes live much longer than ordinary mortals. Rostam served as the protector of Iran, fighting demons, defeating enemy armies, and maintaining the cosmic order established by Ahura Mazda. But the greatest and most tragic of all Rostam's adventures is the story that every Persian knows by heart: Rostam and Sohrab. It's a tale that captures something profound about fate, family, and the tragic limitations of human knowledge. The story begins when Rostam, traveling in Tehran, the land of Iran's traditional enemies, meets and falls in love with Princess Tamine. After a brief but passionate romance, Rostam must return to Iran to defend the realm against new threats. He leaves Tamine with a bracelet, telling her that if she bears a son, the child should wear it as a sign of his parentage. Years pass. Tamine raises their son Sohrab in secret, telling him stories of his father's heroic deeds, but never revealing Rostam's identity to the Turanian court. Sohrab grows up to be a mighty warrior like his father, possessed of incredible strength and skill in combat. But he knows Rostam only through his mother's stories. He has never seen his father's face. When war breaks out between Iran and Tehran, fate brings father and son to the battlefield on opposing sides, each unaware of the other's identity. The two armies, recognizing that these are the greatest champions of their respective sides, agree that single combat between Rostam and Sohrab will decide the outcome of the war. For 3 days, father and son fight in the space between the two armies. They are perfectly matched. The older warrior's experience against the younger man's strength and speed. They wrestle, they fight with swords, they charge each other on horseback, but neither can gain a decisive advantage. Between rounds, they actually begin to respect and even like each other, not knowing they are bound by blood as well as combat. On the 3rd day, Rostam, drawing on all his experience and perhaps sensing that his opponent's youth gives him an advantage, finally manages to overcome Sohrab and delivers a mortal wound with his dagger. But as the young warrior lies dying, Rostam notices something that makes his blood run cold. The bracelet he had left with Tamine so many years before, now worn on his dying opponent's arm. In that moment of horrific recognition, Rostam realizes he has killed his own son. Sohrab's last words to his father are ones of forgiveness and tragic wisdom. "It is not your fault. This was written in the stars from the beginning of time. How could you know? My mother told me how to recognize you, but my pride kept me from revealing myself first." Rostam's grief knows no bounds. He contemplates suicide, but ultimately chooses to live with his pain, carrying the burden of his unwitting crime for the rest of his long life. The tale ends with a funeral worthy of a prince, as both armies join together in mourning the young hero. This story, perhaps the most famous in all Iranian literature, resonates on multiple levels. On the surface, it's about the blindness of human perception, how we can be so focused on our duties and conflicts that we fail to recognize what's most important. On a deeper level, it's about the inexorable nature of fate and the tragic consequences when communication fails. But for ancient Persian audiences, and for Cyrus and his successors, this story also contained crucial lessons about kingship and governance. A ruler must be constantly vigilant against letting pride, duty, or political necessity blind him to his fundamental obligations to his people. The most dangerous enemies are often those closest to us, and the greatest tragedies occur when we fail to truly see and understand those around us. The Shahnameh is filled with stories of kings, both good and bad, that served as mirrors in which actual rulers could measure their conduct. The ideal king in these stories is just, generous, wise, and humble before divine forces. He consults with advisors, respects traditions, defends the weak, and acknowledges his own limitations. He possesses something called far, divine glory or charisma that marks him as chosen by Ahura Mazda to rule. The far isn't just symbolic in Persian mythology, it's described as a tangible, visible aura that surrounds rightful sovereigns. Good kings shine with this divine light, while usurpers and tyrants either lack it entirely or see it fade as they become corrupt. This concept would become central to Persian theories of legitimate rule, and Cyrus and his successors would all claim to possess this divine mandate. By contrast, the Shahnameh is equally clear about what makes a bad king. Tyrannical rulers are prideful, greedy, cruel, and dismissive of counsel. They invariably meet bad ends, often through betrayal by their own subjects who can no longer tolerate their oppression. The most famous example is the story of Zahak, one of the most terrifying villains in world literature. Zahak started as a human prince, but he allowed the demon Ahriman to whisper in his ear, convincing him to murder his own father to gain the throne. As a reward for this evil deed, Ahriman kissed Zahak on both shoulders, and serpents grew from the spots where the demon's lips had touched. These serpents had to be fed human brains every day to keep them from devouring Zahak himself. His reign brought 1,000 years of darkness to the world, with young people sacrificed daily to feed the tyrant's monstrous burden. The story serves as a powerful warning about the corrupting nature of power and the way evil choices compound over time, eventually consuming those who make them. Zahak's tyranny finally ended when a blacksmith named Kaveh raised the banner of rebellion and helped Prince Feridun overthrow the demon king. Kaveh's leather apron, raised on a spear as a symbol of resistance, became the legendary flag of Iran, representing the power of common people to resist tyranny when they unite behind righteous leadership. These mythical kings established many of the symbols and ceremonies that would later be adopted by historical rulers. The crown, the throne, the signet ring, and the ceremonial mace all feature prominently in the Shahnameh as symbols of legitimate authority. Even architectural elements described in legendary palaces would influence the design of historical structures like Persepolis. Music, poetry, and feasting, central to Persian court culture throughout history, appear in the Shahnameh as royal arts established by mythical kings. The legendary King Jamshid is credited with creating Nowruz, the Iranian New Year celebrated at the spring equinox, a festival that continues to this day throughout the Persian cultural sphere. Perhaps most importantly for understanding Persian imperial ideology, the Shahnameh establishes a clear geographical and moral division of the world. Iran represents the realm of light, civilization, and truth, while Turan, roughly corresponding to Central Asia, represents the realm of darkness and barbarism. This isn't just ethnic prejudice. Characters can move between these categories based on their moral choices. Turanians who embrace truth and justice can become allies of Iran, while Iranians who succumb to lies and corruption become enemies of their own people. This symbolic geography would later inform actual foreign policy, especially toward the nomadic peoples of Central Asia. But it also established the idea that Iran had a cosmic mission to defend civilization itself against the forces of chaos and barbarism. This gave Persian imperial expansion a moral dimension that went beyond mere conquest or enrichment. As we return to our historical narrative and the rise of Cyrus the Great, it's crucial to remember that these myths remained vibrantly alive in Persian consciousness throughout the imperial period. The Achaemenid kings weren't just practical politicians, they were conscious heirs to these legendary traditions, positioning themselves as the latest chapter in an epic story that stretched back to the dawn of civilization. When Cyrus conquered Babylon and freed the Jewish exiles, he wasn't just making a pragmatic political decision. He was fulfilling the mythical role of the righteous king who protects the innocent and restores cosmic order. When Darius built Persepolis with its reliefs showing the diverse peoples of the world bringing tribute to the great king, he was creating a physical representation of the ordered, harmonious world described in the Shahnameh. Even as armies marched to Egypt and Greece, as royal messengers sped along the empire's roads, and as administrators managed the vast bureaucracy, these ancient stories were being told and retold at court and campfire alike. They provided a shared cultural foundation that helped unite the diverse peoples of the realm, giving everyone from the great king on his throne to the humblest subject a sense that they were participants in a grand narrative stretching back to the creation of the world. The empire was built not just by armies and administrators, but by poets and storytellers who gave its people a sense of shared destiny and common values. Behind the political and military achievements of Cyrus and his successors lay this rich tapestry of myth and legend that helped make sense of their world and inspired their grandest ambitions. Understanding these stories is essential to understanding how the Persian Empire worked and why it was so successful. the Persians didn't just conquer territories. They offered their subjects a place in an ancient, cosmic drama where good would ultimately triumph over evil, where diverse peoples could unite under righteous rule, and where even the humblest individual could play a heroic role in defending truth against falsehood. This mythical foundation gave the Persian Empire something that purely secular states often lack: a moral vision that could inspire loyalty and sacrifice across cultural and ethnic boundaries. It's no accident that this empire, built on such profound spiritual and cultural foundations, would leave a legacy that continues to influence civilization to this day. As we follow the rise of Cyrus and his successors in the chapters ahead, remember that behind their every decision, their every innovation, their every triumph and tragedy, lay these timeless stories that had shaped the Persian soul for millennia. The empire they built was not just a political construction. It was the physical manifestation of an ancient dream of what the world could become when truth, justice, and wisdom prevailed over chaos, oppression, and lies. Now, with this mythical foundation in place, we're ready to return to history, to the moment when legend became reality and a young Persian prince named Cyrus began the transformation from tribal chieftain to creator of the world's first truly global empire. The rise of Cyrus the Great. The time has come to tell you a story that forever changed the course of human civilization. The story of how a young prince from a remote Persian tribe created the greatest empire the world had ever seen. This is the story of Cyrus the Great, a man whom the Persians still call the father of the nation. The Jews call the anointed of God, and the Greeks call the ideal king. But this story begins not with triumph, but with mystery, because Cyrus's origins are shrouded in legends. And even today, historians debate what in these legends is truth and what is poetic embellishment. The Greek historian Herodotus tells us an amazing story about Cyrus's birth. According to him, the future conqueror's mother, Mandane, was the daughter of the Median king Astyages. Astyages had dreams that interpreters explained as omens that his grandson would one day overthrow him from the throne. Alarmed, the king ordered the infant to be killed immediately after birth. But the official entrusted with this cruel task could not bring himself to kill an innocent child. Instead, he secretly gave the boy to a shepherd to raise him as his own son. The child grew up in a simple family, not knowing about his royal origin, until chance revealed his true identity. Persian sources tell a different story. In them, Cyrus is presented as a legitimate prince of the Achaemenid dynasty, an ancient lineage that had ruled in the region of Parsa for several generations. Archaeological evidence confirms that the Achaemenids were indeed a powerful family in southwestern Iran, and that they acknowledged Median supremacy while maintaining considerable autonomy in their lands. Whatever the truth about his origins, around 559 BCE, Cyrus became ruler of Anshan, a small kingdom in the region of Parsa. At first glance, nothing foretold the coming conquests. He was merely one of many petty kings who paid tribute to the mighty Median Empire. The world into which this ambitious young ruler entered was divided among four great powers. To the north lay Media under King Astyages, ruling from his capital Ecbatana. To the west was Lydia, controlling much of Anatolia under King Croesus, whose legendary wealth became proverbial. Further west stood Babylon, where King Nabonidus ruled the fertile plains of Mesopotamia and their ancient cities. To the south, the pharaohs of Egypt maintained their ancient civilization along the Nile. These powers existed in fragile equilibrium, conducting diplomacy, trade, and occasionally warring with each other. None suspected that a fifth force was about to emerge and absorb them all. The first step in the Achaemenids' rise came with rebellion against Median rule. Sources differ on what exactly provoked this conflict. Herodotus claims that Astyages himself provoked it through his increasingly tyrannical behavior. Babylonian records suggest that Cyrus was chosen by his troops to lead them against the Medes. Whatever the cause, the result is clear. Around 550 BCE, the forces of Anshan marched against the Median king. Against all expectations, Cyrus's troops defeated the more numerous Median army. But even more surprising was what happened next. After capturing Ecbatana, the victor did not sack the city or slaughter its inhabitants, as was customary in those times. Instead, he presented himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as the legitimate heir to the Median throne, one who would respect Median traditions and include the Medes in his new kingdom as partners rather than subjects. This policy of imperial integration through respect rather than subjugation became a hallmark of Achaemenid rule and a key factor in the remarkable stability of the growing empire. But before this vision could be fully realized, the new sovereign faced immediate challenges from other powers surrounding his newly conquered territory. King Croesus of Lydia saw the fall of Media as both a threat and an opportunity. Concerned about the rise of Achaemenid power, but also eager to expand his own kingdom eastward, Croesus consulted the famous oracle at Delphi. The oracle's ambiguous reply that if Croesus went to war, a great empire would fall, encouraged the Lydian king to attack. He failed to realize that the empire destined for destruction would be his own. In the winter season, when most armies remained in their camps, Cyrus launched an unexpected campaign into Lydian territory. The unprecedented timing of the attack caught Croesus off guard. After an indecisive battle at Thimbria in eastern Anatolia, Croesus retreated to his capital Sardis, expecting the Achaemenid army to withdraw until spring, as military tradition demanded. But the relentless commander immediately pursued him, catching the Lydian forces unprepared. Under the walls of Sardis, the Achaemenid king demonstrated his tactical genius. Knowing that the famous Lydian cavalry would have the advantage on open ground, he placed camels in the front ranks of his battle line. The unfamiliar smell of the camels frightened the Lydian horses, disrupting their cavalry charge and allowing the infantry to secure victory. Sardis fell after a brief siege, and all of Anatolia came under Achaemenid control. Once again, the conqueror showed remarkable clemency to the defeated, though sources differ on Croesus's ultimate fate, some claiming he was burned alive, others that he became a respected advisor at the Achaemenid court. The Lydian population was generally well treated. The wise ruler preserved local institutions, respected religious customs, and incorporated Lydian nobility into his administration. The former kingdom became a satrap or province within the growing empire. Now, with Media and Lydia under his rule, the ambitious monarch turned his attention east and northeast. For several years, he campaigned in regions now encompassed by Afghanistan, Central Asia, and Pakistan. Though details of these conquests are sparse in surviving records, we know he subdued Bactria, Sogdiana, Parthia, and reached at least the borders of India. These campaigns secured the empire's eastern frontiers and brought valuable resources under his control. But the greatest prize still remained: Babylon, the ancient center of Mesopotamian civilization, and still one of the most magnificent cities in the world. Its king, Nabonidus, had alienated the powerful priesthood of Marduk by favoring the moon god Sin, and had spent years away from the capital, leaving his son, Belshazzar, as regent. Discontent simmered among both the religious elite and the common people. Sensing this weakness, Cyrus marched his armies toward Babylon in the autumn of 539 BCE. After defeating Nabonidus's forces at Opis on the Tigris River, the path to Babylon itself lay open, yet the city, with its massive walls and stored provisions, could have withstood a siege for years. According to the Babylonian Chronicle, the Achaemenid leader achieved a bloodless victory through both military ingenuity and political acumen. His forces diverted the Euphrates River, lowering its level enough to wade under the walls where it crossed the river. More importantly, the shrewd strategist had already won the hearts of many Babylonians by presenting himself as the chosen of Marduk, come to restore proper worship and justice to the city. On October 29th, the Achaemenid army entered Babylon without resistance. The fall of this great city, accomplished almost without bloodshed, marks one of history's most remarkable conquests. In a single stroke, the master tactician gained control of all Mesopotamia and the trade routes linking east and west. The former Neo-Babylonian Empire, including Syria, Palestine, and parts of Arabia, now fell under his rule. The treatment of Babylon set the template for enlightened imperial governance. The famous Cylinder, a clay document detailing policies after the conquest, provides remarkable insight into this approach. In it, the magnanimous victor presents himself as chosen by Marduk to bring justice to Babylon. He describes restoring temples, returning sacred objects, and allowing displaced peoples to return to their homelands. Among these displaced peoples were the Jews, who had been brought to Babylon as captives when Jerusalem fell nearly 50 years earlier. The Hebrew Bible praises the liberator as God's anointed, the ruler who permitted the Jews to return to Judah and rebuild their temple. This policy was not special treatment for the Jews alone, but part of a broader approach to the diverse peoples within the realm. The genius of the Achaemenid imperial system as established by its founder lay in its balance between central authority and local autonomy. The empire was divided into satrapies, each governed by a satrap, often translated as protector of the kingdom, who collected taxes, maintained order, and represented royal authority. These satraps were typically nobility from the Iranian plateau, ensuring loyalty to the central government. Yet within this framework, local customs, religions, languages, and traditions were generally respected, so long as a province remained peaceful and paid its assigned tribute. Its people could largely govern their daily lives according to their own traditions. This approach minimized resistance to imperial rule and reduced the costs of maintaining control over vast territories. The architect of empire established his capital at Pasargadae in his native Parsa, where he built a complex of palaces and gardens. The architecture combined elements from the various cultures now united under his rule, symbolizing the inclusive nature of the empire itself. Here, amid the mountains of his homeland, the great king could escape the summer heat of the lowlands while remaining within reach of the empire's administrative centers. During his remaining years, the imperial visionary continued to expand and consolidate his realm. The exact circumstances of his death remain disputed. Herodotus claims he died fighting the Massagetæ, a nomadic people north of the Oxus River, around 530 BCE. Their queen Thamyris supposedly defeated his army and ordered the corpse beheaded, plunging the head into a leather bag filled with human blood so that he might drink his fill, as she had vowed. Other accounts suggest a more peaceful end, with the aged monarch dying in his palace at Pasargadae. Whatever the manner of his death, his tomb still stands near that city. A simple gabled stone chamber atop a 6-stepped platform. For centuries, it was tended by magi who guarded the founder's remains, and even Alexander the Great would later pay homage at this site. The legacy he left behind was a realm stretching from the Mediterranean to the Indus, from the Caucasus to the Arabian Sea, the largest political entity the world had yet seen. More importantly, the great unifier established a model of imperial rule based on tolerance and inclusion rather than oppression and assimilation. Later, Achaemenid kings would build upon this foundation, further refining the administrative systems he put in place. The influence of this transformative figure extends far beyond his own time. The Greeks, despite their later conflicts with his successors, regarded him as an ideal monarch. Xenophon's Cyropaedia presents him as the model ruler, wise, just, and virtuous. The Roman Empire adopted many Achaemenid innovations in governance, and modern Iran still celebrates the empire's founder as the father of the nation. Perhaps the most remarkable testament to his vision comes from an unlikely source: the United Nations. A replica of his famous cylinder is displayed at UN headquarters in New York, honored as the world's first Charter of Human Rights. While this may overstate its modern significance, it rightly recognizes that the enlightened ruler established principles of governance respect for diverse cultures and religions, limits on the power of the state over individuals, and rule by consent rather than terror that remain ideals to this day. When the founder's son, Cambyses, prepared to take the throne, he inherited not just vast territories, but a revolutionary concept of empire, one that would continue to evolve under his rule and that of his successors. The Achaemenid Empire had been born, and the ancient world would never be the same. In creating the first truly multinational empire, Cyrus the Great did not simply conquer territories. He opened a new chapter in human civilization. He showed that it was possible to create a state that united diverse peoples without destroying their identity, that ruled through justice and not only through force. This revolutionary idea survived the fall of the empire itself and continues to influence how we think about government, diversity, and justice even today. The story of Cyrus is not just a tale of military conquests. It is a story about how one man's vision forever changed the world. Cambyses II and the conquest of Egypt. When Cyrus, the great founder of the Persian Empire, left this world around 530 BC, the empire he inherited was unprecedentedly vast and stable. His eldest son Cambyses, who had already gained administrative experience ruling Babylon during his father's eastern campaigns, ascended the throne with little resistance. Thus began a new chapter in the epic history of Persia, a chapter marked by ambition, audacity, and ultimately upheaval. The young monarch turned his gaze to the last pearl that was missing from the imperial diadem: ancient Egypt, the land of the pharaohs. For thousands of years, Egypt has remained the most revered and mysterious of the Middle Eastern civilizations, its influence extending far beyond the shores of the Nile. Now the currents of fate inexorably drew him to the nascent empire in the east. Plans and preparations for the Great Campaign. The preparations for the campaign were thorough and methodical. The elderly pharaoh Cambyses II, well aware of the threat posed by Persia, strengthened his kingdom and sought allies among the Greeks and Cypriots. However, when Cambyses died in 526 BC, leaving the throne to the inexperienced Psammetichus III, Persia's chances had never seemed brighter. Cambyses demonstrated his diplomatic genius by forming an alliance with the Arab tribes that roamed the desert between Palestine and Egypt. These Bedouins, who knew every oasis and every path through the treacherous Sinai desert, agreed to supply the Persian army with water, a vital resource for any conqueror of these arid lands. At sea, the Persians did not have their own fleet, but they made the most of the Phoenician and partially Greek ships. Especially valuable was the help of the defector Phanes from Halicarnassus, the commander of the Greek mercenaries in the service of Egypt. Having quarreled with his employer, this experienced military leader offered his services to the Persians, bringing with him invaluable knowledge of Egyptian defensive plans and tactics. However, the Greek mercenaries themselves remained loyal to the pharaoh, and even killed the traitor's innocent sons, showing that the code of military honor was more important to them than the personal grievances of their commander. The decisive Battle of Pelusium. In the spring of 525 BC, Cambyses led his multinational army through the Sinai Desert, overcoming logistical nightmares of thirst and heat thanks to Arab allies. At the city of Pelusium, on the threshold of the Nile Delta, the armies of Persia and Egypt met in a decisive battle. It showed not only Cambyses' military genius, but also his understanding of Egyptian psychology. According to Polyaenus and other sources, the Persians used truly diabolical tactics. They placed animals sacred to the Egyptians, cats, ibises, dogs, in the front ranks of their troops as human shields. The Egyptian archers, fearing to harm these sacred creatures and incur the wrath of the gods, did not dare to shoot, which allowed the Persians to approach their positions and deliver a decisive blow. Persian tactics, discipline, and this cunning prevailed. The Egyptian lines faltered and collapsed. Memphis fell after a short siege. For the first time in its history, the ancient kingdom of Egypt became a satrapy under foreign rule. The conquering pharaoh, Cambyses, always a pragmatic politician, donned the regalia of a pharaoh, appearing in temple reliefs offering sacrifices to the gods, and assumed traditional Egyptian royal titles. He took the name Mesut Ra, begotten of Ra, and was crowned according to Egyptian customs in Sais, participating in religious ceremonies in the temple of the goddess Neith. He tried to calm the population and legitimize his rule at the same time, respecting local traditions, temple privileges, and religious hierarchy. Egyptian priests officially proclaimed Cambyses II the Egyptian pharaoh, founding the Xerxes dynasty. The Persian king continued the policy of the pharaohs of the Xerxes dynasty that preceded him and sought to win over the Egyptians to his side. The reliefs depict him in Egyptian clothes offering sacrifices to the Egyptian gods. However, the accounts of Cambyses' reign, transmitted mainly by Greek historians, are contradictory and tinged with dramatic anecdotes. Some accuse him of impiety and cruelty, claiming that he desecrated tombs and killed the sacred bull Apis, insulting Egyptian religious feelings. Other sources and archaeological evidence suggest that he did respect established customs when it contributed to imperial stability. Endless ambitions. Cambyses' ambitions knew no bounds. He planned expeditions against Carthage in the west and Ethiopia, Nubia in the south. The Carthaginian campaign never took place. His Phoenician sailors, who did not want to attack their tribesmen, refused to invade. The Nubian campaign ended in disaster. Lost in the desert, most of the army died of starvation and sandstorms. In the winter of 524-523, Cambyses launched an invasion of the country of Kush, but was defeated. These failures on the outskirts of the empire undermined his prestige, creating favorable ground for internal troubles. Gaumata's rebellion and mysterious death. After almost 3 years in Egypt, word reached Cambyses of an uprising in the heart of the empire. Someone who called himself Bardia, the king's younger brother, declared himself ruler, offering a 3-year tax break to gain support. Whether this was really the real Bardia or an imposter named Gaumata, a Median magician, according to later official sources, remains one of the unsolved mysteries of history. On March 11, 522, Gaumata raised an uprising in Pishiawada near Mount Arakadrish. According to the Behistun inscription of Darius the Furrier, all the people rebelled and moved from Cambyses to him and Persia and Media and other countries. Gaumata seized power, abolished taxes and military service for 3 years in order to keep the conquered peoples in the state. Hastening east to defend his throne, Cambyses died on the way under mysterious circumstances. According to one version, he accidentally injured himself with his own dagger while mounting a horse, and the wound became inflamed, leading to death. According to other accounts, the death was not so accidental. The timing could not be worse for imperial stability. Without a son heir, the dynastic line of succession was in doubt due to the situation with Bardia Gaumata. A controversial legacy. Greek writers portrayed Cambyses as a madman prone to irrational outbursts and cruelty. Herodotus tells stories of how the monarch killed the son of a close advisor with an arrow from an arrow to prove his sobriety, buried 12 noble people alive, and executed his subjects for minor offenses. These negative images shaped his historical reputation, securing him a place among the mad monarchs of history. However, these negative characteristics must be balanced against his actual achievements. Under his leadership, the empire reached its greatest geographical extent before the reign of Darius I. The conquest of Egypt, a civilization that was much older than the Achaemenid Empire itself, represented a significant achievement. His administrative policy in Egypt, continuing the tradition of cultural respect laid down by his father, helped integrate this ancient land into the imperial system. The death of Cyrus's heir in 522 BC brought a chaotic end to the first phase of imperial expansion. The Achaemenid dynasty, still young and with untested succession, was now facing a crisis that threatened to destroy everything it had achieved. The empire, which had risen so meteorically under father and son, stood at a crossroads. In this moment of deep uncertainty, a new figure appeared on the scene. Not from the direct line of Cyrus, but destined to become perhaps the greatest of all Achaemenid rulers. Darius, the son of Hystaspes, an aristocrat from the royal clan, will soon claim the throne, eliminate the usurper, and establish his own legitimacy through military prowess and complex ideological justifications. The policies and institutions that Darius would establish would define the Achaemenid Empire for the next 2 centuries. But as the summer of 522 BC drew to a close, no one could have predicted the remarkable stability and prosperity that would arise from this moment of imperial crisis. The story of the greatest administrative transformation of the ancient world was about to begin. Darius III, administrator, builder, and commander. The succession crisis that followed Cambyses' death in 522 BCE threatened to unravel the young empire. While the exact details remain shrouded in conflicting accounts, one fact emerges clearly. A figure claiming to be Bardia, Cambyses' brother, had seized the throne. Whether this was the genuine prince or an impostor named Gaumata, as later official histories would claim, remains one of history's enduring mysteries. Into this chaos stepped a remarkable man who had transformed the realm forged by Cyrus into the most sophisticated administrative state the ancient world had ever seen. Darius, son of Hystaspes, came from a collateral branch of the Achaemenid family. As a young aristocrat, he had served as a spearman in the royal guard, gaining first-hand knowledge of court politics and military affairs that would prove invaluable in the trials ahead. According to the famous Behistun inscription, a massive relief and multilingual text carved on a cliff face in western Iran, Darius led a conspiracy of 7 noble families against the alleged usurper. In a daring raid on a fortress at Sikayauvatis in Media, the conspirators surprised and killed the man claiming to be Bardia on September 29, 522 BCE. With the immediate crisis resolved, Darius faced a delicate political situation. Though connected to the royal lineage, he was not a direct descendant of Cyrus the Great. To strengthen his claim to legitimacy, the ambitious noble married Atassa, daughter of the empire's founder, combining pragmatic politics with dynastic necessity. Despite these efforts to secure his position, rebellions erupted across the realm, from Babylon to Bactria, from Armenia to Elam. Provincial leaders rejected the authority of this new ruler, viewing the succession crisis as an opportunity to assert their independence. The Behistun inscription records 19 battles fought in a single year against 9 self-proclaimed kings. Through military skill, strategic brilliance, and sometimes brutal repression, the determined commander eventually suppressed all these revolts. The magnitude of this achievement cannot be overstated. The empire Cyrus had built stood on the brink of dissolution. Through sheer force of will and military prowess, Darius preserved the unity of these vast territories, spanning 3 continents and dozens of distinct cultural regions. But more than just a capable general, he would prove to be history's greatest imperial administrator. Once secure on his throne, Darius revealed himself to be more than just a skilled general. He possessed an administrative genius that would transform the somewhat loosely organized territories conquered by his predecessors into a coherent state with standardized systems of governance, taxation, and communication. The new ruler divided the empire into approximately 20 satrapies, administrative provinces, each governed by a satrap appointed directly by the crown. These provincial governors, typically drawn from aristocratic families, collected taxes, administered justice, maintained order, and raised troops when required. To prevent these powerful officials from developing independent power bases, Darius appointed separate military commanders and imperial secretaries within each province, creating a sophisticated system of checks and balances. Royal inspectors, known as the eyes and ears of the king, traveled throughout the realm, monitoring the conduct of officials and reporting directly to the throne. These agents could appear unannounced in any province with full authority to investigate complaints and correct abuses of power. Through this oversight system, even the most distant regions remained under central control. A standardized tax system replaced the somewhat ad hoc tribute arrangements of earlier years. Each satrapy was assessed a fixed annual tribute based on its resources and productivity. Babylon, the richest province, paid the equivalent of 1,000 silver talents annually while poorer regions contributed proportionally less. These substantial revenues funded the royal court, the standing army, massive building projects, and the administrative apparatus itself. To facilitate tax collection and commerce throughout this vast realm, Darius introduced the first standardized imperial coinage. The golden daric and silver siglos provided reliable currency for both state transactions and private trade, minted with consistent weight and purity. These coins circulated widely, increasing economic integration across regions previously reliant on barter or local exchange systems. The famous Royal Road exemplified Darius's administrative vision, stretching over 1,600 miles from Sardis in western Anatolia to Susa in southwestern Iran. This highway featured regularly spaced rest stations, bridges over major rivers, and mounted couriers who could carry messages across the entire empire in less than 2 weeks. Herodotus noted with admiration, "Neither snow nor rain, nor heat, nor darkness of night prevents these couriers from completing their appointed course with utmost speed." This emphasis on communication reflected a sophisticated understanding of imperial governance. Military power alone could conquer territories, but efficient administration required rapid transmission of information and royal commands. The network of roads and courier services allowed the central government to respond quickly to rebellions, natural disasters, or administrative problems, even in distant provinces. In 518 BCE, Darius decided to establish a new ceremonial capital befitting the power and sophistication of the empire. At Persepolis, Parsa in ancient Persian, construction began on a magnificent complex of palaces, reception halls, and administrative buildings atop a grand terrace with commanding views of the surrounding plain. Persepolis served not primarily as an administrative center. Susa, Babylon, and Ecbatana continued to function as working capitals in different seasons, but as a ritual space where the power and ideology of the empire could be displayed through architecture and ceremony. Each spring, delegates from all provinces gathered here for the Nowruz, New Year festival, bringing tribute that symbolized their continued submission to imperial authority. The most striking feature of Persepolis was the Apadana, a vast audience hall supported by 72 columns, each 75 feet high. Along the grand staircases leading to this hall, sculptors carved detailed reliefs showing representatives of 23 nations bearing gifts to the king. These carvings, still visible today, provide a remarkable visual census of the empire's diversity. Bactrians with their camels, Libyans carrying antelopes, Ethiopians bringing ivory, Indians with gold vessels. These reliefs reveal the imperial ideology at the heart of Darius's vision, an ordered world where diverse peoples willingly bring their finest products to the great king, acknowledging his benevolent authority. Unlike Assyrian palace reliefs that glorified military conquest and the suffering of defeated enemies, the Persepolis sculptures emphasize peaceful submission and the harmonious incorporation of different nations into a single imperial system. The construction of Persepolis employed craftsmen from throughout the realm: Egyptian stonemasons, Lydian woodworkers, Babylonian brickmakers, Greek sculptors, making the palace itself a physical embodiment of imperial integration. The architectural style blended elements from various traditions, creating something distinctively imperial rather than narrowly ethnic. While focusing on administrative reforms and monumental construction, Darius did not neglect military matters. After securing the internal stability of the realm, he turned his attention to its frontiers. Campaigns in the east extended imperial control into northwestern India, incorporating the fertile Indus Valley into the satrapy of Hindush. To the northeast, Scythian tribes were subdued or pushed back, securing the vulnerable frontiers of Bactria and Sogdiana. Most famously, Darius led an expedition into Europe, crossing the Bosphorus on a bridge of boats constructed by Ionian Greek engineers. After subduing Thrace, modern Bulgaria, imperial forces pushed northward across the Danube in pursuit of Scythian raiders who had long troubled the empire's western frontiers. This European campaign, while not achieving all its objectives, established an imperial presence across the Aegean Sea, directly impinging on the Greek world. The encounter between these two civilizations, one an enormous multinational empire, the other a collection of fiercely independent city-states, would have profound consequences for Mediterranean history. Conflict with the Greek city-states began during the later years of Darius's reign, when Ionian Greek cities along the western coast of Anatolia rebelled against imperial rule. In 499 BCE, Athens and Eretria sent ships to support the rebellion. Though eventually suppressed, this revolt provoked the empire's first serious military intervention in mainland Greece. In 490 BCE, an imperial expedition landed near Athens. To the surprise of both sides, the numerically superior Persian forces suffered a decisive defeat at the Battle of Marathon. This unexpected setback, while not immediately threatening to the vast realm, marked the beginning of a confrontation between East and West that would continue under subsequent rulers. Throughout his reign, Darius was acutely aware of the need to justify his seizure of power. The monumental Behistun inscription, carved high on a cliff face, where it could be seen by travelers on the main road between Babylon and Ecbatana, served as both historical record and political propaganda. Written in 3 languages, Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, the inscription begins with Darius's genealogy and a list of his victories over rebel kings. Most importantly, it presents his version of events following Cambyses' death, portraying him as the legitimate defender of Achaemenid rule against usurpers and rebels. The inscription declares, "By the grace of Ahura Mazda I am king. Ahura Mazda bestowed the kingship upon me." This religious justification invoking the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism became a central element of imperial ideology. Darius positioned himself not merely as a successful general, but as the chosen instrument of divine will, fighting for cosmic order against the forces of chaos and falsehood. Like Cyrus before him, Darius followed a policy of cultural accommodation within the framework of imperial unity. Local traditions, languages, and religions were generally respected, provided provinces remained peaceful and paid their taxes. In Egypt, he assumed the full titulary of pharaoh and supported temple construction. In Babylon, he honored Marduk In Jerusalem, he authorized the rebuilding of the Jewish temple. This pragmatic tolerance reflected both political calculation and genuine religious conviction. Many scholars believe Darius was a committed Zoroastrian who saw local deities as manifestations of Ahura Mazda's universal power. This theological flexibility allowed the empire to maintain legitimacy across its diverse territories while promoting cultural exchange and gradual integration. Under Darius's administration, the empire experienced unprecedented economic growth. The standardized currency facilitated long-distance trade, while improved roads and harbor facilities reduced transportation costs. Archaeological evidence reveals luxury goods circulating across vast distances. Chinese silk reaching the Mediterranean, Indian spices flavoring Persian banquets, Scythian gold adorning imperial tombs. The empire's position astride major trade routes between Asia and the Mediterranean brought enormous wealth to the imperial treasury. Tolls, taxes, and tribute from trade probably exceeded agricultural revenues in many provinces. This commercial prosperity funded the massive building projects that became hallmarks of Darius's reign. Darius encouraged provinces to codify their local laws while establishing certain universal principles throughout the realm. Royal judges appointed by the crown supplemented local legal systems, especially for cases involving imperial interests or disputes between different ethnic groups. The king styled himself as the protector of justice, following Zoroastrian principles that emphasized truth, Asha, over falsehood, Dr. These legal reforms created a framework for resolving disputes across cultural boundaries while respecting local traditions. For the first time in history, a single legal system provided coherent standards of justice across 3 continents. Beyond Persepolis, Darius undertook massive construction projects throughout the empire. At Susa, he built a magnificent palace complex, rivaling Persepolis in grandeur. The foundation inscription proudly lists materials and craftsmen from across the realm: cedar from Lebanon, gold from Sardis and Bactria, lapis lazuli from Sogdiana, turquoise from Chorasmia, silver and ebony from Egypt, ivory from Ethiopia and India. Canal projects connected major rivers, improving transportation and irrigation. The ancient canal, linking the Nile to the Red Sea, was completed under his supervision, facilitating trade between Egypt and India. These infrastructure investments demonstrated imperial commitment to long-term economic development rather than mere exploitation. After 36 years of remarkable achievements in administration, construction, and military affairs, Darius died in 486 BCE, leaving the throne to his son Xerxes. His legacy extends far beyond his military campaigns or even his administrative innovations. He created a model of imperial governance sophisticated enough to manage the largest and most diverse political entity the world had yet seen. The systems he established proved so effective that they continued, with only minor modifications, for 2 centuries, surviving multiple successions, external challenges, and internal rebellions. When later Greek writers sought to understand the nature of imperial rule, they looked to his reign as the definitive example. When Alexander the Great conquered the empire 2 centuries later, he adopted many administrative practices established during this period. Most subtly, Darius's reign represented the culmination of a revolutionary concept of universal empire first envisioned by Cyrus the Great. Under his administration, the realm became not merely a collection of conquered territories, but an integrated system where diverse peoples could maintain their cultural and religious identities while participating in a common imperial project. In the Behistun inscription, Darius presents himself as the enemy of the lie and the champion of the truth. Beyond its immediate political context, this ideological framework reflects a sophisticated understanding that legitimate authority rests on a moral foundation. Physical power might conquer, but only just governance could create a stable realm. As his son Xerxes prepared to take the throne, the empire stood at its zenith, administratively coherent, economically prosperous, militarily powerful. The institutions established during this remarkable 36-year reign would provide the framework for imperial governance, long after the memory of individual kings had faded. In creating not just conquests, but systems, the third great Achaemenid monarch had ensured the durability of the imperial achievement. Xerxes and the second invasion of Greece. When Darius the Great died in 486 BCE, his son Xerxes inherited not only the world's greatest empire, but also an unfinished war. The humiliating Persian defeat at Marathon a decade earlier remained unavenged, a stain on imperial prestige that demanded resolution. At 36 years of age, Xerxes possessed both the resources and determination to mount an expedition that would dwarf all previous military enterprises. The new great king's name meant ruling over heroes, and he was determined to live up to this legacy. Through his mother Atassa, daughter of Cyrus the Great, he united the two branches of the Achaemenid dynasty, giving him an unassailable claim to legitimacy. But legitimacy meant nothing without victory, and victory in Greece would require unprecedented preparation. For 4 years, resources flowed from across the vast territories toward the western frontier. The scale of preparation dwarfed anything the Mediterranean world had previously witnessed. Herodotus claims the assembled forces numbered over 5 million men. Clearly an exaggeration, but even conservative modern estimates suggest an army of 200,000 troops supported by a fleet of 1,200 vessels. This massive host represented the multi-ethnic character of the empire itself. Immortals from the heartland in their scale armor, Bactrian cavalry from the eastern frontiers, Ethiopian archers from the south, Phoenician sailors commanding the fleets, and dozens of other contingents. The logistical challenges were staggering. To transport this enormous force, Persian engineers accomplished 2 remarkable feats of ancient technology. First, they spent 3 years digging a canal across the Athos Peninsula on which joined 5 miles of solid rock and earth to avoid the treacherous waters where Darius's fleet had been wrecked years before. Simultaneously, they constructed 2 massive pontoon bridges across the Hellespont, each spanning nearly a mile of open water. The bridge construction revealed both Persian technical mastery and royal temperament. The first attempt used 674 ships as pontoons, lashed together with cables of papyrus and flax to create a continuous causeway. When a violent storm destroyed these initial bridges, Xerxes flew into a legendary rage. He ordered the bridge designers executed and, in a gesture that epitomized Greek perceptions of Eastern despotism, commanded that the Hellespont itself be given 300 lashes as punishment for its insubordination. The replacement bridges, constructed with greater care, successfully supported the crossing. For 7 days and nights, the greatest army the world had ever assembled poured across from Asia into Europe. Xerxes himself, seated on a golden throne, watched as forces stream past. A living river of bronze and iron flowing toward its destiny in Greece. By late summer 480 BCE, this vast armada had swept through Thrace and Macedonia, accepting submissions from terrified local rulers. Most Greeks recognized the futility of resistance. The Persian numbers were simply overwhelming. But a coalition led by Athens and Sparta prepared desperate defensive measures. The first major confrontation came at Thermopylae, where a narrow coastal pass between cliffs and sea offered the only route south. Here, King Leonidas of Sparta positioned approximately 7,000 Greek troops, including his personal bodyguard of 300 Spartan warriors. The position was ideally suited to hoplite warfare. The disciplined Greek infantry could hold their tight phalanx formation against vastly superior numbers in this confined space. For 3 days, the pass became a killing ground. Persian attacks broke like waves against Greek shields and spears. The disciplined hoplites, fighting for their homeland with superior armor and tactics, inflicted horrific casualties on the more lightly armed Persian infantry. Even the elite immortals could make no headway against the Greek phalanx in this narrow defile. Victory seemed within Greek grasp until treachery intervened. A local resident named Ephialtes revealed to the Persians the existence of a mountain path that led behind the Greek lines. Recognizing that his position was now hopeless, Leonidas dismissed most of his forces but remained with his 300 Spartans, 700 Thespians, and 400 Thebans to cover their retreat. The final day at Thermopylae became legend. When their spears broke, the Greeks fought with swords. When their swords were gone, they fought with hands and teeth. Leonidas died fighting in the melee, and the Persians finally overwhelmed the position through sheer weight of numbers. But the price was enormous, thousands of Persian casualties for a few hundred Greek defenders. With Thermopylae breached, central Greece lay open to invasion. The Persian army swept south, capturing and burning Athens after its population evacuated to nearby islands. Standing amid the smoking ruins of the Acropolis, Xerxes might have believed victory complete. But the Greeks had withdrawn to continue fighting from the naval base at Salamis. The decisive moment came on the waters of Salamis Bay in September 480 BCE. The Persian fleet, vastly outnumbering the Greek ships, seemed poised to complete the conquest. But Themistocles, the Athenian commander, lured the Persian armada into the narrow straits, where their superior numbers became a disadvantage. In the confined waters of Salamis, the massive Persian fleet lost all coordination. Ships collided with each other, unable to maneuver in the cramped conditions. The more nimble Greek triremes, fighting for their survival, attacked with desperate courage. Xerxes himself watched from a golden throne on the hillside as his carefully assembled navy was torn apart. By day's end, the Persian fleet was in ruins. Over 200 ships had been sunk or captured, while Greek losses numbered fewer than 40 vessels. The naval defeat was catastrophic. Without sea power, Xerxes could not supply his enormous army or outflank Greek defensive positions. Faced with this disaster, Xerxes made the painful decision to withdraw with the bulk of his forces to Asia, leaving his general Mardonius with a still formidable army to complete the conquest. The retreat became a nightmare of starvation and disease as the massive host struggled to find supplies for the return journey. Mardonius, despite his reduced forces, remained dangerous. He spent the winter of 480-479 BCE attempting to divide the Greek alliance through diplomacy while preparing for a final decisive campaign. When diplomacy failed, he advanced again into central Greece, forcing another evacuation of Athens. The end came in August 479 BCE at Plataea, where a united Greek army under Spartan leadership met the Persian forces in the campaign's climactic battle. Despite initial Persian advantages in cavalry and position, the superior armor, training, and discipline of the Greek hoplites eventually prevailed. Mardonius himself was killed in the fighting, and his death triggered a general collapse of Persian resistance. The slaughter was immense. Thousands of Persians died in the rout, and those who reached their fortified camp found no safety. The Greeks breached the defenses and completed the destruction. Simultaneously, at Mycale on the Anatolian coast, another Persian army was defeated and its supporting fleet destroyed. The failure of Xerxes' expedition marked a turning point in ancient history. Never again would Persia attempt direct conquest of mainland Greece. The victories at Thermopylae in moral terms, Salamis and Plataea, entered Greek mythology as triumphs of freedom over tyranny, West over East, democracy over despotism. For the Persian Empire, these defeats revealed the limits of even overwhelming force when confronting determined defenders on favorable terrain. The costly expedition drained the imperial treasury and demonstrated that there were boundaries to Persian expansion, geographic, logistical, and cultural limits that could not be overcome through sheer military might. Xerxes returned to his eastern capitals to focus on internal administration and monumental building projects. The magnificent construction at Persepolis continued, creating some of the ancient world's most impressive architecture. Yet the dream of universal empire, the conquest of all known lands, had suffered a permanent setback on the rocky shores of Greece. The Greek campaigns also revealed growing challenges within the imperial system. The increasing reliance on foreign mercenaries, the enormous costs of long-distance expeditions, and the difficulties of coordinating multinational forces across vast distances would plague future Persian military efforts. The empire remained formidable, but its expansion had reached its natural limits. As Xerxes aged on his throne, surrounded by the splendor of Persepolis but haunted by memories of Salamis, the great age of Persian conquest was drawing to a close. The empire would endure for another century and a half, but never again would it attempt operations on the scale of the Greek invasion. The age of defense and consolidation had begun, setting the stage for the internal challenges that would eventually prove more dangerous than any external enemy. Daily life in the Achaemenid Empire. Beyond the grand narratives of kings and battles lies a more intimate story, how ordinary people lived within the vast imperial framework. The realm established by Cyrus and refined by Darius encompassed remarkable diversity, from Egyptian farmers along the Nile to Bactrian horsemen on the Central Asian steppes, from Phoenician merchants sailing the Mediterranean to bureaucrats in the administrative capitals of Susa and Persepolis. Daily existence varied dramatically across these regions, yet imperial governance provided common structures that influenced life throughout the domain. The genius of Achaemenid rule lay not in imposing uniformity, but in creating a flexible framework that accommodated difference while maintaining overall coherence. Achaemenid society was carefully structured, reflecting both practical administrative needs and ancient traditions of hierarchy. At the apex stood the great king, almost divine in his elevated status, surrounded by an inner circle of elite families from the Persian heartland. The famous 7 families who had supported Darius in his rise to power maintained special privileges, with their descendants holding the highest offices for generations. Below this innermost elite lay a broader aristocracy drawn primarily, but not exclusively, from the core provinces. These nobles served as satraps, military commanders, and high officials. Imperial policy gradually incorporated local elites from conquered territories into this governing class, creating stakeholders in imperial stability across ethnic boundaries. By the Middle Achaemenid period, Egyptians, Babylonians, and others had joined the ranks of high imperial servants. The educated professional class, scribes, engineers, doctors, architects, occupied a crucial middle position in the social hierarchy. These specialists, whatever their ethnic origin, could achieve significant status through their expertise. The imperial administration valued competence above birth, rewarding it accordingly. Babylonian astronomers, Egyptian physicians, Greek engineers, and Aramaic scribes all found places within the imperial structure. At the base of society stood the ordinary farmers, craftspeople, and laborers who comprised the vast majority of the population. Their status varied widely by region according to local traditions that predated imperial rule. Egypt and Babylonia maintained complex social systems with various gradations between free citizens and enslaved populations. In the Persian heartland, a 3-tier system distinguished aristocrats, free commoners, and a dependent labor class. For rural communities where most people lived, contact with imperial authority remained limited. Village life followed agricultural rhythms established millennia before the Achaemenids rose to power. Farmers in Egypt still regulated their plantings by the annual Nile flood, while those in Mesopotamia maintained ancient irrigation systems. Highland communities in Anatolia practiced transhumance, moving flocks between seasonal pastures as their ancestors had done. The scarcity of water across much of the empire demanded sophisticated solutions. The remarkable Qanat system, underground aqueducts that transported water from mountain aquifers, reached its greatest development under imperial patronage. These engineering marvels, some extending for miles underground, tapped distant water sources and delivered them to settlements through gravity flow, minimizing evaporation in hot climates. Some qanats constructed during the Achaemenid period continue functioning today, representing humanity's longest-serving infrastructure. This water management technology enabled agriculture to flourish in seemingly impossible locations, supporting urban populations and luxury gardens that proclaimed human mastery over nature. Major cities throughout the realm maintained their distinct characters under imperial rule, while gaining new layers of complexity. Memphis in Egypt, Babylon in Mesopotamia, Sardis in Lydia. These ancient urban centers continued their traditional functions as administrative hubs, religious centers, and commercial nodes, but now served within an imperial framework. Imperial officials, tax collectors, and military garrisons became permanent fixtures in provincial capitals. The governor's residence, often a fortified structure at the city center, symbolized imperial authority. Multilingual scribes handled correspondence between local authorities and the central administration, typically using Aramaic, the imperial lingua franca, while maintaining records in local languages as well. Cities served as crucial nodes in vast trading networks that spanned the empire. The standardization of weights, measures, and coinage under Darius facilitated commerce across provincial boundaries. Royal roads maintained for imperial messengers benefited merchants as well, providing relatively safe travel with regular way stations. This interconnected commercial system allowed unprecedented movement of goods across cultural boundaries. Fine textiles from Babylon, glassware from Phoenician cities, ivory from Ethiopia, gold from India all flowed through imperial markets. Archaeological discoveries from elite tombs reveal this cosmopolitan material culture, with burial goods combining objects from multiple provinces and even beyond imperial borders. Religious life under the Achaemenids exemplifies their approach to cultural diversity. The imperial ideology centered on Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism, yet official policy supported local religious traditions throughout the realm. Temple establishments, whether dedicated to Marduk in Babylon, Amun in Egypt, or Athena in Greek cities, received imperial patronage and protection. The famous biblical account of Jewish exiles returning to rebuild the Jerusalem temple, supported by Cyrus, illustrates this respect for religious diversity. Similar policies applied throughout the empire. Religious specialists continued their functions, often receiving stipends from the imperial treasury. This religious tolerance reflected both practical governance and theological sophistication. Administratively, supporting local religious institutions reduced resistance to imperial rule. Theologically, many believed that local deities were simply different manifestations of universal divine powers. Family structures varied dramatically across the multicultural empire. but certain patterns emerged. In the Persian heartland, fathers held ultimate authority within households, responsible for daughters until marriage and sons until adulthood. The emphasis on producing many sons, future soldiers and family continuators, was pronounced throughout Iranian society. Women's legal status varied extensively across regions. In the imperial heartland, elite women enjoyed considerable economic rights. They could own property, conduct business, and sometimes hold administrative positions. Archaeological evidence reveals women directing large agricultural estates with hundreds of workers. Royal women at court wielded significant influence through their proximity to power. Intriguingly, tablets from Persepolis reveal that women workers received the same rations as men performing equivalent tasks, an early example of equal pay for equal work. In Babylonia and Egypt, established legal traditions generally protected women's property and inheritance rights, continuing under imperial administration. Education opportunities reflected social position and regional traditions. Elite Persian education emphasized practical skills for governance, writing, archery, and speaking truth. As Herodotus famously observed, the multilingual nature of the empire created fascinating cultural exchanges, as administrative competence required familiarity with multiple writing systems. Archaeological evidence suggests literacy was fairly widespread among administrators, with the imperial chancery requiring competence in various scripts. The empire's educational achievements extended beyond mere bureaucratic training. Babylonian astronomy influenced Greek thought, Egyptian medical practices spread to distant provinces, and architectural techniques crossed vast distances. Among the most interesting urban developments were garrison settlements, established throughout provinces. These communities housed soldiers, often veterans from campaigns, who received land grants in exchange for military service when needed. Many settlements contained diverse populations, troops from the imperial heartland, local recruits, and sometimes mercenaries from beyond borders. Over time, these military colonies developed into multicultural centers where languages, customs, and religious practices blended. Intermarriage between soldiers and local women created new, hybrid identities. Archaeological evidence shows fascinating cultural fusion. Architectural styles blending traditions, household goods showing mixed influences, burial practices incorporating elements from multiple regions. Transportation networks facilitated both commerce and cultural exchange. The royal road from Sardis to Susa, with its regular post stations and courier service, formed the backbone of imperial communication. Regional roads connected provincial capitals to outlying districts, while maritime routes linked coastal cities. Travel accounts describe a world where officials, merchants, craftspeople moved with relative freedom across vast distances. A clay tablet from Persepolis might authorize travel rations for an Egyptian architect journeying to the imperial capital, a Babylonian astronomer visiting observation posts, or noble youth from distant satrapies coming to serve at court. The material culture developing within this interconnected realm combined functional standardization with vibrant regional diversity. Imperial coins circulated everywhere, facilitating transactions across provincial boundaries. Luxury goods developed recognizable international styles, appealing to elites throughout the territories. Yet local craft traditions continued flourishing, often incorporating elements from other regions while maintaining distinctive characteristics. This balance between unity and diversity in material culture mirrors the broader imperial approach to governance. A flexible system accommodating difference while maintaining cohesion. For ordinary subjects, the empire's greatest achievement may have been the prolonged peace it established across vast regions. This Pax Persica, to borrow a term modeled on the later Pax Romana, reduced interstate warfare, banditry, and piracy across territories that had previously suffered endemic conflict. This security allowed agricultural productivity to increase, commerce to flourish, and cultural developments to proceed without constant warfare disruption. Archaeological evidence reveals increased prosperity in many regions during the imperial period, with expanded urban settlements and improved infrastructure. Life under Achaemenid rule was neither utopian nor uniformly oppressive. The experience varied dramatically depending on location, social status, occupation, and historical moment. Slavery existed throughout the realm, but took different forms in different regions. Unlike later plantation systems, ancient slavery typically resulted from debt, criminal punishment, or war captivity. Tax burdens could be heavy, particularly during military campaigns or major construction projects. Provincial revolts occasionally disrupted normal life, bringing military operations and their associated hardships. Yet compared to many ancient empires, the Achaemenid system displayed remarkable tolerance for diversity while maintaining practical administrative efficiency. The status of women throughout the empire deserves special attention for its complexity and regional variation. In Egypt and Mesopotamia, women continued enjoying rights established by millennia-old legal traditions. In Greek cities under imperial rule, women's restricted status contrasted sharply with greater freedoms enjoyed in eastern regions. Royal women at the imperial court exercised considerable behind-the-scenes influence. Queens, queen mothers, and princesses controlled vast personal fortunes, maintained independent households, and often influenced succession and appointments. The harem system, while restricting women's public activities, also created power centers within the palace structure. The empire's most profound achievement may have been facilitating unprecedented cultural exchange. Ideas, technologies, and artistic styles crossed boundaries that had previously limited their spread. Babylonian mathematics influenced administration. Egyptian medicine spread to distant provinces. Greek architectural techniques appeared in structures thousands of miles away. This cultural circulation created hybrid traditions that outlasted the empire itself. The paradise garden concept, formal landscapes combining practical agriculture with aesthetic pleasure, spread from Iran to India, Central Asia, and eventually to Moorish Spain. Each culture adapted the basic form to local conditions while maintaining recognizable design principles established under Achaemenid patronage. The daily life experience within the Achaemenid Empire reveals a civilization that balanced practical administration with cultural accommodation. By allowing local traditions to flourish within an imperial framework, the Achaemenids created a model of multinational governance that would influence subsequent empires for centuries. From the standardized coinage that facilitated trade to the multilingual bureaucracy that managed diverse populations, from the religious tolerance that reduced resistance to the infrastructure projects that connected distant regions, these practical innovations touched every aspect of daily existence for millions of subjects. The empire created by Cyrus, refined by Darius, and maintained by their successors provided a framework within which ordinary people could live lives that balanced local tradition with imperial innovation. This complex social reality, more than dramatic royal successions or military campaigns, represents the most profound legacy of history's first great multinational empire. Art and architecture of empire. The material culture created under Achaemenid rule offers perhaps our most direct connection to this ancient civilization. While written sources provide valuable insights, many come from outside observers with their own biases. The art and architecture produced within the imperial framework speaks with authentic voices from the past, revealing how the empire saw itself and how it wished to be seen by subjects and foreigners alike. To understand the artistic achievements of this period, we must first appreciate their revolutionary nature. The Achaemenids did not begin with a well-established artistic tradition of their own. As rulers of a previously marginal region suddenly thrust onto the world stage, they encountered these sophisticated artistic traditions of the ancient civilizations they had conquered: Mesopotamia, Egypt, Lydia, and others. Rather than simply adopting any single tradition, they synthesized elements from these diverse sources to create something entirely new, the first truly international royal style. This artistic synthesis embodied the imperial ideology of unity in diversity, drawing from Mesopotamian monumental scale, Egyptian precision in stone carving, Anatolian architectural forms, Greek sculptural techniques, and Central Asian ceremonial metalwork. Nowhere is this synthesis more evident than at Persepolis, the ceremonial heart of the empire, built by Darius the Great and his successors. Approaching this magnificent complex, ancient visitors would first climb the grand staircase designed with shallow, wide steps that created an appropriately dignified ascent. Unlike the intimidating approaches to Egyptian or Mesopotamian monuments, these stairs welcomed visitors upward with comfortable gradients that allowed for stately procession. At the top of the staircase, visitors encountered the Gate of All Nations, guarded by massive stone lamassu, human-headed winged bulls, adapted from Assyrian prototypes, but modified with distinctively Persian, stylistic elements. Beyond this gate opened the vast Apadana audience hall, its ceiling supported by towering columns topped with unique capitals featuring back-to-back animal protomes. These Persian columns represent a remarkable architectural breakthrough. Unlike the massive, closely spaced columns of Egyptian temples or the squatter proportions of Greek colonnades, the Persepolis columns soared to extraordinary heights while remaining relatively slender, creating interior spaces of unprecedented openness and light. Some columns reached over 65 feet high, requiring sophisticated engineering knowledge and precise stone-cutting techniques. The double animal capitals, featuring bulls, lions, griffins, and occasionally human-headed creatures, served both structural and symbolic functions. These carved animals acted as brackets supporting the wooden roof beams, while their majestic forms proclaimed imperial power. The craftsmanship achieved extraordinary delicacy. Individual hair patterns, fabric textures, and anatomical details were rendered with such precision that archaeologists can identify specific cultural origins of depicted objects and costumes. The famous relief sculptures along the Apadana staircases present perhaps the clearest visual expression of imperial ideology. Here, in careful procession, representatives from 23 nations bring gifts to the great king. Each delegation wears distinctive native costume, carries characteristic products of its region, and moves with formal dignity in an ordered display of peaceful submission to central authority. Unlike Assyrian palace reliefs showing brutal conquest and subjugated captives, these sculptures present imperial rule as harmonious and consensual. The tribute bearers walk freely, maintaining their cultural identities while participating in the greater imperial project. Their physical arrangement embodies the imperial worldview. Representatives from different regions alternate rather than being grouped geographically, visually reinforcing the idea of diverse peoples united under single authority. These reliefs served a documentary function, recording the actual diversity of the realm for viewers who might never travel beyond their native province. Bactrians with their camels, Libyans carrying antelopes, Ethiopians bringing ivory, Indians with gold vessels, each group rendered with ethnographic precision that captures subtle distinctions without caricature. One of the most fascinating aspects of Persepolis construction was its collaborative creation process, which embodied imperial multiculturalism in practice. Archaeological evidence reveals that craftsmen from across the realm worked together on these monuments. Egyptian stone carvers likely contributed expertise in hard stone working. Ionian Greek sculptors influenced certain figural elements. Babylonian and Elamite artisans brought distinct traditions. A foundation inscription from Susa explicitly acknowledges this multinational workforce. The goldsmiths who wrought the gold were Medes and Egyptians. The men who wrought the wood were Saidians and Egyptians. The men who wrought the baked brick were Babylonians. The men who adorned the wall were Medes and Egyptians. Persian metalworking reached extraordinary sophistication, particularly in luxury vessels and ceremonial objects. The most characteristic imperial drinking vessel, the rhyton, typically featured a cup portion above an animal protom. These sophisticated vessels, requiring advanced metalworking skills, became status symbols throughout the realm and beyond. The Oxus treasure, a collection of over 180 gold and silver objects, provides spectacular examples of imperial metalwork. These pieces display technical mastery combined with iconography drawing on multiple traditions. The famous griffin-headed bracelets, originally inlaid with precious stones, demonstrate virtuoso craftsmanship in their intricate granulation and sophisticated forms. Imperial reta often featured animals significant to Persian culture, bulls representing strength, lions symbolizing royal power, ibex from the Zagros Mountains expressing connection to the homeland, and mythical creatures like griffins combining various symbolic attributes. The precision of these vessels, some showing individual hair patterns on animal forms, reveals workshops of extraordinary skill. Though less well preserved archaeologically, textile production clearly achieved remarkable sophistication. Contemporary sources describe magnificent carpets with figured designs, embroidered garments of extraordinary complexity, and patterned fabrics commanding enormous prices. The famous Alexander mosaic, though later in date, likely depicts actual imperial textiles in its detailed representation of royal garments. These Persian silks and brocades, featuring distinctive medallion patterns often containing royal or religious imagery, became highly valued luxury goods throughout the Mediterranean world and as far as Northern Europe. The technical knowledge required for such production, silk cultivation, complex weaving patterns, and sophisticated dyeing techniques demonstrates industrial capabilities matching the empire's administrative achievements. The water management systems at imperial centers combined practical engineering with aesthetic sensibility. At Persepolis, stone water channels with precisely calculated gradients created specific flow effects, engineering in service of visual and auditory beauty. These systems fed elaborate paradise gardens that blended fruit trees, flower beds, shaded walkways, and water features in designed landscapes proclaiming human control over nature. The concept of the Shahar Bagh, four-part garden divided by water channels, would spread from Iran to India, Central Asia, and eventually to Moorish Spain. Each culture adapted the basic form to local conditions, but the fundamental design concept established under Achaemenid rule remained recognizable across vast distances and times. Jewelry and personal adornments reached extraordinary levels of refinement under imperial patronage. Gold necklaces with intricate granulation, bracelets terminating in animal heads, elaborate earrings with cloisonné inlay. These objects display technical mastery combined with distinctive imperial aesthetics. Glyptic art, carved seals and cylinder seals, played crucial roles in imperial administration while developing distinctive artistic traditions. Official seals combined imperial iconography with administrative functionality. The famous royal hero motif, showing a crowned figure subduing wild animals or monsters, appeared on imperial seals throughout the realm, visually reinforcing royal authority on documents wherever they circulated. The imperial coinage initiated by Darius represents another important artistic medium with practical functions. The golden daric and silver siglos presented consistent imperial imagery. The great king as archer or spearman, recognizable throughout the realm. These coins maintained remarkable consistency in weight, purity, and design over centuries, facilitating commerce while constantly reinforcing the sovereign's image across vast territories. Though much has been lost to time, archaeological evidence reveals that seemingly austere stone reliefs were originally painted in vibrant colors. Architectural elements featured blue glazed bricks, golden fittings, and colorful textile hangings. This polychrome reality created spaces of sensory richness that impressed visitors with magnificence while communicating imperial messages through color symbolism. The empire's artistic influence extended far beyond its political boundaries. East Greek artisans adopted imperial motifs and techniques, creating hybrid styles that flourished in Western Anatolia. Scythian goldwork from the steppes north of the Black Sea shows clear imperial influence in craftsmanship and iconography. Even in Athens, despite political hostility, certain architectural and decorative elements betray Eastern influence. Imperial aesthetics particularly emphasized orderly arrangement, balance, and harmonious integration of diverse elements. These qualities reflected broader imperial ideology that presented the realm not as arbitrary conquest, but as cosmic ordering of the world's diversity under righteous sovereignty. Beyond individual monuments, Achaemenid innovations established enduring principles. The hypostyle hall concept, vast spaces supported by forests of columns, influenced subsequent architecture from Parthian and Sasanian palaces to Islamic mosques. The integration of sculpture, architecture, and landscape design created comprehensive environments that shaped visitor experience through multiple sensory channels. Urban planning innovations appeared in new foundations, where imperial concepts could be implemented from the ground up. Archaeological evidence shows planned spaces with rational grid layouts, sophisticated drainage systems, and hierarchically arranged public buildings embodying imperial values of order and organization. The empire's approach to artistic patronage across cultures demonstrates sophisticated understanding of soft power. Supporting temple construction in Egypt according to Egyptian conventions, honoring Babylonian artistic traditions, respecting Greek architectural principles. These policies maintained imperial authority while accommodating local sensibilities. This cultural flexibility, willingness to adapt visual languages rather than imposing foreign forms, contributed significantly to imperial stability. Local elites could participate in imperial culture without abandoning their heritage, creating stakeholder relationships that reduced resistance to imperial rule. When Alexander's forces entered Persepolis in 330 BCE, they encountered built environments of unprecedented magnificence, technical sophistication, and ideological coherence. Despite cultural prejudices against Eastern luxury, even Greek sources acknowledge the awe these monuments inspired. The subsequent burning of the palace complex, whether ordered by Alexander or resulting from accident, destroyed much splendor. But archaeological remains still convey something of the original impact. More importantly, the artistic legacy continued influencing subsequent traditions across Eurasia. The Parthians and Sassanians consciously revived Persian imperial motifs. Islamic architecture preserved certain elements, particularly in palace design and garden layouts. The concept of depicting diverse peoples united under single authority reappeared in Byzantine, Islamic, and Chinese imperial art. Most enduringly, the imperial achievement established a template for how monumental art and architecture could express political ideology, integrate diverse cultural elements, and create physical environments that shaped the experience of sovereignty. This template influenced imperial projects from Rome to China, from Byzantium to the Mughals. In creating the first truly international royal style, the Achaemenid rulers established artistic and architectural principles that informed courtly arts across Eurasia for millennia to come. Their synthesis of diverse traditions into coherent imperial expression demonstrated that great art emerges not from isolation, but from creative engagement with the full richness of human cultural achievement. The decline of the Achaemenids, 465-336 BCE, the assassination of Xerxes in 465 BCE marked the beginning of the end for the Great Empire. Unlike the natural transitions that had marked earlier Achaemenid successions, Xerxes died violently at the hands of court conspirators, his own bodyguard captain Artabanus, and a eunuch named Aspamitres. This murder set a precedent for the palace intrigue and succession crises that would plague the dynasty for the next 129 years. The circumstances surrounding Xerxes' death revealed the empire's growing internal tensions. The humiliating defeats in Greece had damaged royal prestige, while the enormous costs of the Western campaigns strained imperial finances. Court factions began to emerge, each representing different approaches to governance and different visions for the empire's future. The old consensus that had sustained the dynasty since Cyrus was fracturing. Artaxerxes, 465-424 BCE, who emerged victorious from the succession struggle, faced immediate challenges that would define the pattern of imperial decline. His reign began with revolts across the empire. His brother Hystaspes rebelled in Bactria, claiming the throne, while more serious uprisings erupted in Egypt and eventually spread to other provinces. The most dangerous challenge came from Egypt, where Inaros II, a Libyan prince claiming descent from the ancient Scythian pharaohs, launched a rebellion that would persist for nearly a decade. This was not merely a provincial uprising, but a sophisticated independence movement that exploited both internal imperial weaknesses and external Greek support. The rebellion demonstrated the empire's growing vulnerabilities. Athens sent a substantial fleet to support the Egyptian rebels, turning a provincial revolt into an international conflict. For 6 years, Persian forces struggled to contain the uprising, requiring enormous resources and the personal attention of the empire's most capable generals. When Cambyses finally suppressed the revolt in 454 BCE, the victory came at enormous cost. The campaign revealed troubling dependencies. The empire increasingly relied on Greek mercenaries rather than traditional Persian levies, while diplomatic solutions often proved more effective than military force. The famous Peace of Callias, 449 BCE, that ended the Greco-Persian Wars, represented not Persian strength, but exhaustion and the recognition of limits. Even more troubling was Megabyzus' subsequent rebellion against Artaxerxes himself. When Queen Mother Amestris demanded the execution of Inaros, despite Megabyzus' promise of clemency, the general's outrage led him to revolt against his own king. This uprising of a Persian noble against the crown represented something unprecedented, the breakdown of traditional loyalty bonds that had held the empire together. Though eventually reconciled through negotiation, the Megabyzus affair demonstrated that even successful generals could no longer be counted on for unquestioning loyalty. The empire was beginning to cannibalize itself, with Persian fighting Persian as court factions pursued their own interests. Under subsequent rulers, these internal tensions only intensified. Artaxerxes II, 404-359 BCE, faced the most serious internal challenge in imperial history when his younger brother Cyrus the Younger attempted to seize the throne. The Battle of Cunaxa, 401 BCE, saw the remarkable spectacle of Persian armies, commanded by members of the royal family fighting each other with Greek mercenaries on both sides. Though Artaxerxes emerged victorious, the revolt's aftermath created the famous 10,000 Greek mercenaries stranded deep in Persian territory, whose fighting retreat revealed the empire's inability to control its own heartland. Xenophon's Anabasis, chronicling their escape, became a propaganda victory for Greek military prowess and Persian weakness. The crisis deepened during the Great Satrap's Revolt, 372-360 BCE, when multiple provincial governors simultaneously rebelled against central authority. Datames in Cappadocia, Ariobarzanes in Phrygia, Orontes in Armenia, these powerful satraps commanded their own armies, controlled their own finances, and increasingly acted as independent rulers rather than imperial appointees. The revolt's causes were symptomatic of deeper imperial problems: heavy taxation to fund constant military campaigns, interference from court officials, and the growing distance between the center and periphery had eroded the traditional satrap system. Provincial governors found themselves caught between impossible demands from Susa and the practical needs of their territories. What made this uprising particularly dangerous was its coordination and external support. The rebel satraps allied with Athens, Sparta, and Egypt, creating a multinational coalition against imperial authority. For the first time since the Median period, the empire faced the realistic possibility of dismemberment. While external revolts threatened the provinces, internal intrigue increasingly paralyzed the center. The court became a nest of competing factions, dominated by eunuchs, queen mothers, and ambitious nobles who manipulated weak kings for their own purposes. The traditional Persian aristocracy found itself displaced by court favorites and foreign advisors, creating resentment that periodically exploded into violence. The most sinister figure in this corrupt environment was Bagoas, a eunuch who rose to become the power behind the throne under Artaxerxes III, 359-338 BCE. Though Artaxerxes III proved an energetic ruler who temporarily restored imperial strength, his success depended heavily on this manipulative courtier, whose loyalty ultimately proved conditional. Artaxerxes III deserves recognition as the last truly effective Achaemenid ruler. He ended the great satrap's revolt through a combination of military force and diplomacy, pardoning some rebels while eliminating others. Most impressively, he reconquered Egypt in 343 BCE after 65 years of independence, demonstrating that imperial military power, while diminished, remained formidable under capable leadership. The Egyptian campaign revealed both imperial strengths and growing weaknesses. Artaxerxes assembled an enormous multinational army, 330,000 Persians, supported by 14,000 Greek mercenaries from various cities. The force's diversity reflected the empire's cosmopolitan character, but its dependence on foreign soldiers indicated declining military self-sufficiency. The reconquest succeeded through superior numbers and Greek military expertise rather than traditional Persian advantages. Mentor of Rhodes and other Greek commanders provided the tactical knowledge that made victory possible, while Persian resources provided the strategic framework. This collaboration worked, but it highlighted the empire's increasing reliance on outsiders for essential military functions. Artaxerxes III's assassination in 338 BCE triggered the final crisis. Bagoas poisoned the king and his sons, placing the youngest prince, Arses, on the throne as a puppet ruler. When Arses showed signs of independence 2 years later, Bagoas murdered him as well, elevating Darius III, 336-330 BCE, to power. This rapid succession of murders and manipulated appointments destroyed what remained of dynastic legitimacy. 3 different kings in 4 years, each placed on the throne through court intrigue rather than traditional succession, created uncertainty throughout the empire. Provincial administrators, military commanders, and subject peoples began to question whether this dynasty deserved their loyalty. Darius III himself contributed to the crisis through his weakness and indecision. Unlike his predecessors, he had no administrative experience, no military reputation, and no personal network of supporters. He owed his throne entirely to Bagoas's manipulation. And when he finally eliminated his patron, he found himself isolated atop a fractured system he could not effectively control. Perhaps most significantly, the empire's military foundation had fundamentally changed during this period. The traditional Persian levy system, based on aristocratic landholders who served in exchange for their estates, gradually gave way to professional armies dominated by foreign mercenaries. Greek hoplites became indispensable for serious campaigns, while Persian noble cavalry declined in both numbers and effectiveness. This transformation reflected broader social changes. The ancient Iranian warrior aristocracy was losing its military function and cultural identity, while the empire became increasingly dependent on peoples who owed no traditional loyalty to the Achaemenid house. The financial implications were enormous. Mercenaries required constant payment in coin rather than traditional grants of land or tribute. This monetization of military service strained imperial finances, already burdened by administrative costs, building projects, and court expenses. The empire found itself trapped in a cycle where military needs required ever-increasing expenditures, while provincial revolts and economic disruption reduced available revenues. The religious and cultural synthesis that had legitimized early Achaemenid rule also began fragmenting during this period. Zoroastrian orthodoxy became more rigid and exclusive, reducing the flexible syncretism that had once accommodated diverse provincial traditions. At the same time, Greek cultural influences penetrated deeper into the imperial elite, creating tensions with traditional Persian values. These cultural conflicts appeared in architectural and artistic production. Later, Achaemenid art became more eclectic, but less coherent, lacking the unified vision that had characterized earlier imperial projects. Persepolis construction continued, but with diminishing scale and ambition, reflecting reduced resources and confidence. By the reign of Darius III, the empire had become more a confederation of semi-autonomous regions than a unified state. Satraps acted increasingly like independent rulers, maintaining their own courts, issuing local coinages, and conducting foreign relations. Some provinces, like Egypt under the 30th dynasty, enjoyed complete independence for decades. This decentralization might have evolved into a viable federal structure under different circumstances. However, the lack of institutional frameworks for managing such arrangements meant that autonomy often led to conflict rather than cooperation. The center lacked mechanisms for coordinating policy with semi-independent provinces, while provinces lacked security guarantees that might have maintained their loyalty during crises. The empire's economic foundations also showed increasing stress. Continuous military campaigns, administrative expansion, and monumental construction projects created enormous fiscal demands that traditional tribute systems could barely meet. The introduction of standardized coinage, while facilitating trade, also created new financial pressures as more transactions required precious metal rather than goods or services. Inflation, caused by the massive quantities of precious metals circulating from treasury stores and tribute payments, reduced the purchasing power of traditional levies. Provincial administrators struggled to meet their obligations in real terms, leading to increased taxation, reduced public works, and growing popular resentment. During the same period, external threats were also intensifying. Scythian and Saka tribes pressed against northern frontiers, while Greek city-states became more unified and militarily sophisticated. The rise of Macedonia under Philip II created a new type of threat, a European power with imperial ambitions and the military capacity to realize them. These external pressures occurred at the worst possible time for internal imperial stability. Resources that might have addressed domestic problems were diverted to frontier defense, while military defeats damaged royal prestige and encouraged further rebellion. By 336 BCE, when Alexander crossed the Hellespont, the Achaemenid Empire retained enormous resources and territorial extent, but lacked the political cohesion and military effectiveness that had characterized its golden age. The dynasty that had once conquered from India to Egypt found itself struggling to maintain authority over its own heartland. The empire that Cyrus had built on principles of cultural accommodation and administrative efficiency had devolved into a collection of competing power centers held together primarily by inertia and the absence of viable alternatives. Court intrigue had replaced strategic vision. Mercenary armies had supplanted traditional levies, and provincial autonomy had eroded central authority. Yet this decline should not be seen as inevitable decay. Many of the empire's problems stemmed from the enormous challenges of governing such a diverse and extensive domain with ancient communications and administrative technologies. The remarkable fact is not that the empire eventually weakened, but that it maintained coherence and effectiveness for over 2 centuries while ruling roughly 40% of the world's population across 3 continents. The Achaemenid system's ultimate failure lay not in any single cause, but in the accumulation of structural problems that overwhelmed even capable rulers' ability to address them. Size, diversity, and the inherent tensions of imperial rule created challenges that no ancient government could permanently resolve. When those challenges coincided with weak leadership, external pressure, and internal division, even the world's greatest empire could not survive. As Darius III prepared to face the Macedonian invasion, he commanded territories and resources that dwarfed his opponents. Yet the empire's internal contradictions and accumulated weaknesses would prove more dangerous than any external enemy. The greatest administrative achievement of the ancient world was about to face its ultimate test and fail in ways that would reshape the entire Mediterranean and Near Eastern world. The fall to Alexander the Great. In the spring of 334 BCE, a 22-year-old king from the northern fringes of the Greek world crossed the Hellespont into Asia with an army of approximately 35,000 men. Few observers would have predicted that within 4 years, Alexander III of Macedon would topple the most extensive empire the world had yet known. The Achaemenid realm, stretching from India to Egypt, from the Caucasus to the Arabian Sea, commanded resources and manpower that dwarfed the Macedonian expeditionary force. Yet several factors converged to make this moment particularly dangerous for the Persian Empire. Darius III had only recently secured his position through the machinations of the eunuch Bagoas, rather than through normal succession, though he had eliminated his kingmaker and established his own authority. He had little time to consolidate support or develop the personal loyalty networks essential for effective rule during crises. More significantly, the young man crossing into imperial territory was no ordinary opponent. Alexander had inherited from his father Philip II a reformed Macedonian military that combined disciplined infantry, shock cavalry, and sophisticated siege capabilities into a more flexible and coordinated force than anything previously seen in the Mediterranean world. Trained since childhood in the arts of war and raised on epic tales of heroic conquest, Alexander brought both tactical genius and boundless ambition to his eastern campaign. The first major confrontation came at the Granicus River in May 334 BCE, shortly after Alexander's crossing. Here, local satraps had assembled approximately 20,000 troops, including many Greek mercenaries, to challenge the invaders before they could establish themselves on Asian soil. The battle nearly ended Alexander's campaign before it properly began. The Persian force held the high eastern bank of the river, forcing the Macedonians to assault uphill across running water, a tactical nightmare under normal circumstances. During the initial cavalry engagement, Alexander himself was struck a potentially lethal blow to his helmet and saved only by the intervention of his companion Clytus the Black, who severed the arm of a Persian noble about to deliver the killing stroke. Having survived this near-death experience, Alexander's forces ultimately prevailed through superior tactical coordination. The Persian army, composed of contingents under different commanders with no unified leadership, could not match the integrated operations of the Macedonian combined arms approach. This pattern of superior tactical integration, overcoming greater Persian numbers, would repeat throughout the campaign. After victory, Alexander made strategically significant choices that revealed both military brilliance and political acumen. Rather than pushing directly inland toward the imperial heartland, he turned south along the Anatolian coast, systematically reducing coastal cities and eliminating Persian naval bases. This strategy neutralized the substantial Persian fleet by depriving it of friendly ports, effectively removing what might have been a decisive advantage for the defenders. By 333 BCE, Darius III recognized the seriousness of the Macedonian threat and assembled a substantial army to meet the invader personally. Historical sources claim the Persian force numbered in the hundreds of thousands, clearly an exaggeration, but even conservative estimates suggest perhaps 100,000 troops, still a significant numerical advantage over Alexander's army. The two forces met at Issus, where the coastal plain narrowed between mountains and sea. This constricted battlefield negated much of the Persian numerical advantage, allowing Alexander's more disciplined troops to maintain formation against superior numbers. The engagement became a direct confrontation between the two greatest kings of their age. Alexander personally led his elite companion cavalry in a decisive charge aimed directly at Darius, who occupied the traditional central position of Persian commanders. As the Macedonian horsemen broke through toward the imperial command post, Darius faced a crucial decision. Rather than risk capture or death in what appeared to be a losing battle, the great king chose to preserve himself for future resistance, withdrawing from the battlefield. His departure triggered a general collapse of Persian resistance. The imperial camp, royal family, and enormous treasures fell into Alexander's hands, providing both material wealth and propaganda victories that would fund future campaigns while undermining Persian morale. Alexander's treatment of the captured Persian royal women, Darius's mother Sisygambis, wife Statera, and daughters, demonstrated remarkable political sophistication. Rather than subjecting them to the usual fate of female captives in ancient warfare, he accorded them respect and honors befitting their royal status. This chivalrous treatment served multiple strategic purposes. It portrayed Alexander as a legitimate sovereign rather than a mere raider, opened possibilities for negotiation with Darius, and impressed nearby populations with Macedonian discipline and honor. Such gestures would prove crucial in Alexander's later presentation of himself as the rightful heir to Achaemenid legitimacy. Following Issus, Alexander made another strategic choice that puzzled contemporaries. Rather than pursuing Darius immediately into the imperial heartland, he turned south toward Phoenicia and Egypt. This decision reflected both strategic calculation and Alexander's growing imperial vision. The siege of Tyre in 332 BCE demonstrated Alexander's determination and engineering prowess. This Phoenician island city, protected by massive walls and the surrounding sea, had successfully resisted numerous previous sieges. Alexander ordered construction of a causeway connecting the island to the mainland, a massive engineering project requiring months of labor under constant harassment from Tyrian ships and missiles. When the causeway finally reached the island, Alexander employed siege towers, battering rams, and naval forces in a coordinated assault that ultimately breached Tyre's defenses. His treatment of the conquered city, executing thousands of fighting men and selling women and children into slavery, sent a brutal message about the consequences of resistance, contrasting sharply with his clemency toward those who surrendered. Egypt welcomed Alexander as a liberator from Persian rule. The Egyptians, who had only recently been reconquered after 60 years of independence, viewed Persian administration as oppressive foreign occupation. Egyptian priests legitimized Alexander's rule by recognizing him as pharaoh, connecting him to the ancient traditions of divine kingship along the Nile. By 331 BCE, Alexander had consolidated control of the entire eastern Mediterranean coastline. With his treasury replenished by Egyptian wealth and his strategic position secure, he turned toward the imperial heartland, where Darius had assembled an even larger army than at Issus. The Persian king selected his battlefield carefully, choosing the plains near Gaugamela in northern Mesopotamia. This open terrain would allow his superior numbers, particularly cavalry and chariots, full operational freedom. He even had the ground leveled to provide ideal conditions for his chariot charge. On the morning of October 1st, 331 BCE, the two armies faced each other across the plain. The Persian force vastly outnumbered the Macedonians, extending well beyond Alexander's lines on both flanks and threatening encirclement. Parmenio, Alexander's senior general, counseled a night attack to avoid this disadvantage, but Alexander insisted on facing his opponent in daylight, reportedly remarking, "I will not steal my victory." As battle commenced, Darius launched his scythed chariots against the Macedonian lines, hoping to disrupt their formations before the main engagement. Alexander's troops, well drilled for this threat, simply opened their ranks to let the chariots pass through harmlessly, then closed again in good order. This failure of the chariot charge represented the first of several Persian tactical disappointments. Alexander had observed that Darius reinforced his left wing to counter the expected Macedonian cavalry attack on that flank. As the Macedonian line advanced at an angle, Persian forces followed this movement, eventually creating a gap in the center of their formation. Seizing this opportunity, Alexander led his companion cavalry in a wedge formation directly toward Darius's position. Simultaneously, the disciplined Macedonian infantry engaged Persian forces across the line, preventing them from closing the gap. As Alexander's charge aimed directly at the great king, Darius again chose withdrawal over capture, recognizing that his diverse imperial forces depended far more on central leadership than did Alexander's more integrated army. His departure triggered confusion among nearby units, which quickly spread throughout the Persian center and right. The Battle of Gaugamela ended with the Persian army in full retreat, though casualties were not as catastrophic as they might have been since Darius escaped with a significant escort. After Gaugamela, Alexander turned toward Babylon, the greatest city of Mesopotamia and one of the imperial capitals. Babylon's surrender without resistance marked a pivotal moment in the campaign. Mazaeus, the Babylonian satrap, chose accommodation over resistance and was rewarded by being allowed to retain his position under the new regime. This precedent of integrating cooperative Persian officials into the new administration would become a hallmark of Alexander's approach, facilitating relatively smooth administrative transition despite the upheaval of conquest. From Babylon, Alexander proceeded to Susa, another imperial capital and site of enormous treasuries accumulated over centuries of taxation. The wealth now falling into Macedonian hands would fund the rest of Alexander's campaigns, while rewarding his troops for their extraordinary efforts. The most symbolically significant prize awaited at Persepolis, the ceremonial heart of the empire. Alexander's army reached this magnificent complex in January 330 BCE, entering the physical embodiment of imperial ideology and artistic achievement built by Darius the First and his successors. Initially, Alexander showed remarkable restraint. While allowing his troops to plunder the treasury as reward for their service, he protected the palaces and administrative buildings from unauthorized looting. He seemed to recognize the complex's symbolic importance. As a center of imperial legitimacy, he might eventually claim for himself. Yet several months later, following a victory banquet, the palace complex was set ablaze in an act of destruction that remains controversial. Ancient sources offer conflicting accounts. Some claim the fire began as a drunken accident, others suggest it was calculated revenge for Xerxes' burning of Athens. Most plausibly, the destruction represented a symbolic statement that the old imperial order had ended and a new era had begun. By burning the ceremonial heart of the empire while preserving its administrative capitals, Alexander signaled both continuity and transformation, maintaining practical governance apparatus while ritually concluding the previous ideological framework. With major imperial capitals secured, Alexander pursued Darius eastward toward Ecbatana in Media. The Macedonian army, bolstered by new recruits and immense captured wealth, moved with remarkable speed through difficult terrain. Yet Darius moved faster still, always managing to stay ahead of his pursuers. From Ecbatana, the Persian king continued eastward, hoping to reach Bactria and Sogdiana, where Bessus commanded substantial forces. These eastern provinces, with their warlike populations and difficult terrain, might provide a base for continued resistance. However, Darius's position grew increasingly desperate as his escort dwindled through desertion. Many nobles calculated that their interests might be better served by accommodation with the victorious Macedonian rather than continued flight with a defeated king. The final act of the imperial drama unfolded near Hecatompolis in Parthia. Here, Bessus and other high officials arrested Darius, perhaps intending to use him as a bargaining chip with Alexander. When Macedonian cavalry appeared closer than expected, the conspirators fatally wounded the great king and fled eastward, with Bessus claiming the imperial title for himself. Alexander's troops found Darius dead or dying by the roadside, victim of betrayal by his own subordinates. The Macedonian conqueror, recognizing a powerful symbolic opportunity, covered the dead sovereign with his own cloak and ordered the body prepared for royal burial. Later, he arranged a funeral with full imperial honors at Persepolis, presenting himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as the legitimate successor, avenging his predecessor's murder. The rapid collapse of the Achaemenid Empire raises fundamental questions about imperial resilience and the nature of political authority. How could a realm that had endured for over 2 centuries, weathering previous external threats and internal crises, fall so quickly to a seemingly minor opponent from its northwestern frontier? The answer lies in a complex interplay of structural vulnerabilities, unfortunate timing, and Alexander's exceptional capabilities. The empire Alexander confronted was not at the height of its powers. Decades of declining administrative effectiveness, financial strain, and increasingly autonomous satraps had eroded central authority. The irregular accession of Darius III, his elimination of potential rivals, and the rapid succession of murdered kings had weakened traditional support networks precisely when unified response became essential. Military evolution had not kept pace with developments beyond imperial borders. While cavalry from the imperial heartland remained excellent, infantry quality had declined relative to Greek and Macedonian innovations. The growing reliance on Greek mercenaries providing quality troops created financial strain and potential loyalty issues. Most importantly, the complex multi-ethnic imperial armies lacked the integrated command structure and tactical flexibility of Alexander's forces. Yet structural weaknesses alone cannot explain the imperial collapse. The decisive factor was Alexander himself, a military commander of singular talent leading a revolutionary military organization. His tactical innovations, personal leadership, remarkable speed of operations, and strategic vision repeatedly caught Persian forces off balance. No previous opponent had combined these qualities in such measure, and the empire proved unequal to this unprecedented challenge. The confluence of imperial weakness and Macedonian strength at this precise historical moment proved decisive. Had Alexander attacked a generation earlier during Artaxerxes III's capable reign, or had Darius III enjoyed longer to consolidate his authority, the outcome might have been different. The rapid collapse did not represent comprehensive institutional failure. The administrative systems, communication networks, and basic governance structures of the empire continued functioning under new management. Alexander and his successors maintained the satrap system, imperial roads, taxation methods, and many other Achaemenid innovations. This continuity amid political change testifies to the fundamental soundness of the imperial framework, even in its final decades. The fall of the Achaemenid Empire thus represents less a total civilizational collapse than a forceful political transition. The basic structures of governance, developed over 2 centuries of imperial rule, would continue under new leadership, just as the cultural achievements, technological innovations, and administrative practices of the empire would influence subsequent civilizations across Eurasia. The death of Darius III in 330 BCE marked the end of the Achaemenid dynasty, but not the end of Persian imperial traditions. Within centuries, new dynasties would arise that consciously positioned themselves as heirs to this first great universal empire, preserving and transmitting its legacy to future generations. The flame of empire had passed to new hands, but it had not been extinguished. The Sassanid Empire. 4.5 centuries after Alexander's conquest extinguished the Achaemenid flame, the Persian imperial tradition blazed to life once more. In 224 CE, on the plains of Hormozgan, near modern Bandar Abbas, a provincial ruler named Ardashir IV defeated and killed Artabanus IV, the last Parthian king, in single combat. With this dramatic victory, the greatest revival in ancient history began, the rise of the Sassanid Empire that would restore Persian glory and challenge Rome itself for over 4 centuries. The new dynasty did not emerge from obscurity by accident. Ardashir traced his lineage to Sassan, a priest of the fire temple at Istakhar, near the ancient ruins of Persepolis. This connection to the sacred heart of the old Achaemenid realm was no coincidence. The Sassanids deliberately positioned themselves as heirs to Cyrus and Darius, claiming to restore the authentic Persian kingship that had been usurped by foreign Parthian and Greek rule. Where the Parthians had maintained a feudal confederation of semi-autonomous kingdoms, Ardashir created something far more centralized and efficient. Drawing inspiration from both Achaemenid precedents and the administrative innovations of Rome, he established a bureaucratic monarchy that directly controlled provincial administration, military command, and religious authority. The new king adopted the title Shahanshah, King of Kings, proclaiming his universal sovereignty over all Iranian lands. His inscriptions declared, "I am Ardashir, King of Kings of Iran, whose lineage is from the gods, son of the god Ahura Mazda, god of kings, King of Kings of Iran and Aniran, whose lineage is from the gods." This religious language reflected another crucial innovation, the elevation of Zoroastrianism to official state religion. Unlike the religious tolerance that had characterized earlier Persian empires, the Sassanids created something approaching a theocratic state, where Zoroastrian doctrine, royal authority, and imperial ideology merged into a single system. Ardashir's son Shapur Fur, 241-270 BCE, proved even more formidable than his father, earning the epithet the Great through military achievements that humiliated the world's other superpower. His reign coincided with Rome's crisis of the 3rd century, when internal chaos weakened imperial defenses and created opportunities for aggressive neighbors. Shapur exploited Roman weakness with brilliant tactical innovation. In 3 major campaigns, he demonstrated that the seemingly invincible Roman legions could be defeated by superior strategy and coordination. His greatest triumph came in 260 CE when he captured Emperor Valerian alive during the siege of Edessa, the first time in Roman history that a reigning emperor fell into enemy hands. the psychological impact was enormous. Valerian spent his remaining years as Shapur's personal slave, reportedly used as a human footstool when the Persian king mounted his horse. When the emperor died, his body was stuffed with straw and displayed as a trophy in the royal palace, a permanent reminder of Roman vulnerability. These victories were more than military spectacles. They represented systematic conquest of Roman territories. Shapur's forces captured over 30 cities, including Antioch, the empire's third largest urban center. Hundreds of thousands of Roman citizens were deported to Persia, where their skills enriched Sassanid civilization. The famous Bandi Kaisar, Caesar's Dam near Shushtar, was built by Roman prisoners, creating an engineering marvel that survives today. Under Kartir, Shapur's influential high priest, Zoroastrianism developed into something resembling a state church, with orthodox doctrine, hierarchical organization, and systematic persecution of heretics. Fire temples were established throughout the realm, creating centers for both worship and administration. The sacred flames represented not only divine presence but royal authority, extending into every province. This religious consolidation had profound cultural consequences. The Avesta, Zoroastrian scriptures, were systematically collected and committed to writing for the first time. A special alphabet was developed to preserve the precise pronunciation of sacred texts, creating one of the world's most phonetically accurate writing systems. Yet Sassanid religious policy remained pragmatic despite its apparent orthodoxy. Christian, Jewish, and other minority communities generally enjoyed protection and autonomy, contributing their skills to imperial development. The famous Academy of Gondishapur became a center of learning where Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and Zoroastrian doctrine created remarkable intellectual synthesis. The Sassanid Empire reached its cultural and administrative zenith under Khosrow Anushirvan 531-579 CE, remembered in Persian literature as the embodiment of the ideal ruler. His 48-year reign transformed not only the empire's internal structure, but its position in the wider world. Khosrow implemented revolutionary administrative reforms that surpassed even those of Darius I. He broke the power of the great feudal families that had dominated Persian society since Parthian times, redistributing their lands to create a new class of small landowners called dehqans. These rural gentry owed their position directly to the crown, providing a loyal administrative base throughout the provinces. Tax reform provided the financial foundation for imperial grandeur. Instead of the irregular tribute collections that had characterized earlier periods, Khosrow established fixed annual assessments based on precise land surveys. This system allowed accurate budget planning while reducing corruption and provincial abuse. The military was reorganized along professional lines, with 4 regional armies commanded by appointed generals rather than hereditary nobles. This structure proved so effective that it survived virtually unchanged throughout the empire's remaining century. The 6th century marked a golden age of Persian culture that influenced civilizations from India to Byzantium. Khosrow's court attracted scholars, artists, and intellectuals from across the known world. When Justinian closed the Academy of Athens in 529 CE, several Neoplatonic philosophers found refuge at the Sassanid court, bringing Greek intellectual traditions into Persian cultural synthesis. Literature flourished under royal patronage. The epic traditions later preserved in Firdusi's Shahnameh reached their mature form during this period, while courtly poetry developed sophisticated forms that would influence Islamic literature for centuries. The mirror for princes genre, instructional texts for rulers, achieved particular prominence, spreading Persian concepts of royal ethics throughout the medieval world. Architecture reached unprecedented sophistication. The great Tak-i-Kisra at Ctesiphon, with its soaring brick vault spanning 84 feet without internal supports, represented one of the architectural wonders of the ancient world. Paradise gardens, fire temples, and royal palaces throughout the empire demonstrated engineering skills that impressed even Byzantine observers. The empire's final century brought both triumph and catastrophe. Khosrow II, 590-628 CE, initially achieved stunning victories, conquering Egypt, Syria, and much of Anatolia from Byzantium. Persian forces reached the Bosphorus and threatened Constantinople itself, seemingly on the verge of fulfilling ancient dreams of universal empire. Yet these victories proved Pyrrhic. The prolonged Byzantine wars exhausted imperial resources and created the conditions for internal collapse. When Emperor Heraclius counterattacked, retaking lost territories and penetrating deep into Iran, the costs of failure triggered dynastic crisis and civil war. Between 628 and 632 CE, 6 different rulers claimed the throne through assassination, coup, and noble intrigue. The traditional consensus that had sustained Sassanid rule disintegrated, leaving the empire fragmented and demoralized when a new threat emerged from the south. The Islamic conquest of Persia began as a series of raids from Arabia but quickly escalated into systematic imperial destruction. The Arabs initially faced little organized resistance. Yazdegerd III, crowned as a child in 632 CE, possessed neither the experience nor the support base necessary for effective defense. The decisive encounter came at Al-Qadisiyah in 636 CE, where Rostam Farrokhzad, the empire's greatest general, led perhaps the last truly effective Sassanid army. For 3 days, the outcome remained uncertain as Persian heavy cavalry and war elephants clashed with Arab light infantry and cavalry. On the 4th day, a sandstorm blinded the Persian forces at the crucial moment, allowing Arab forces to break through and kill Rostam himself. The psychological impact of this defeat proved devastating. Ctesiphon, the imperial capital, was abandoned without serious resistance. Yazdegerd fled eastward with the remnants of his court, seeking support from provincial governors who increasingly viewed accommodation with the conquerors as preferable to continued resistance. The Battle of Nehavand in 642 CE, called by Arab historians the Victory of Victories, completed the military destruction of imperial power. Yazdegerd's final army, composed largely of untrained conscripts, was annihilated in a single day's fighting. The last Sassanid king spent his remaining 9 years fleeing from province to province, seeking support that never materialized. His assassination in 651 CE at Merv ended the dynasty, but not the imperial tradition. Several of Yazdegerd's children escaped to Central Asia and China, where they maintained claims to the throne for generations. These pretenders would occasionally mount expeditions toward Iran, keeping alive the dream of restoration. The Sassanid collapse did not represent civilizational extinction, but rather cultural transformation. The Arab conquerors, initially a small minority ruling vast Persian-speaking populations, inevitably absorbed many elements of the sophisticated civilization they had defeated. Administrative continuity was particularly striking. The divan system of bureaucratic record-keeping, the vizier, as chief minister, provincial governance structures, and court ceremonial all passed directly from Sassanid into Islamic practice. When the Abbasid caliphs moved their capital to Baghdad in 762 CE, they essentially recreated the Sassanid court at Ctesiphon with Islamic religious overlay. Cultural influence proved even more profound. Persian courtly traditions, artistic styles, and literary forms shaped Islamic civilization throughout its formative centuries. The Paradise Garden concept spread from Morocco to Mughal India. Persian epic traditions influenced Arabic literature, while Zoroastrian ethical concepts contributed to Islamic philosophy. Most remarkably, Persian identity itself survived the conquest and conversion. While the population gradually adopted Islam, they maintained their language, cultural practices, and sense of distinctiveness from their Arab rulers. The Shahnameh, completed by Firdusi around 1000 CE, preserved pre-Islamic historical memory while celebrating Persian cultural achievement. The Sassanid Empire's most enduring achievement may be its demonstration that ancient imperial traditions could be revived and adapted to new circumstances. 7 centuries after the Achaemenid fall, Persian rulers successfully recreated universal monarchy, sophisticated administration, and cultural synthesis on an unprecedented scale. This revival established patterns that would influence Middle Eastern civilization for millennia. The concept of divine kingship, bureaucratic administration, religious legitimization of political authority, and cultural synthesis through imperial patronage all became standard features of Islamic statecraft. Later Persian dynasties, the Safavids, Qajars, and even the modern Pahlavi rulers explicitly invoked Sassanid precedents to legitimize their own claims to power. The title Shahanshah remained current in Iran until 1979, while Zoroastrian symbols appeared on Iranian currency and royal emblems well into the 20th century. The Sassanid achievement also demonstrated the resilience of Persian civilization itself. Despite foreign conquest, religious conversion, and political fragmentation, the cultural achievements of ancient Iran continued inspiring new creative synthesis. The empire that emerged from Ardashir's revolt in 224 CE may have fallen to Arab armies in 651, but its spiritual and cultural legacy proved indestructible. In creating the last great empire of ancient Iran, the Sassanids completed the historical arc that began with Cyrus the Great's conquests 8 centuries earlier. They proved that the imperial idea, once planted in Iranian soil, could survive any catastrophe and flourish again when historical conditions proved favorable. This lesson would not be forgotten by future generations who sought to restore Persian greatness to the world. Legacy of the Persian Empire. When the last Sassanid king fell to Arab swords in 651 CE, it might have seemed that Persian imperial civilization had finally expired after 13 centuries of glory. Yet the true measure of an empire's greatness lies not in its political duration, but in the enduring influence of its ideas, institutions, and cultural achievements. By this standard, the Persian Empire, in its Achaemenid, Parthian, and Sassanid manifestations, ranks among history's most successful civilizations. The legacy of Persia flows like an underground river through subsequent history, sometimes visible on the surface, often hidden but always nourishing the civilizations that followed. From the administrative systems of Rome to the gardens of Moorish Spain, from the religious concepts of Christianity to the courtly culture of medieval Islam, Persian innovations continued shaping human development long after the empire's political demise. Perhaps nowhere is Persian influence more profound than in the realm of governance and public administration. The system created by Darius III, with its satrapies, professional bureaucracy, standardized procedures, and balance between central authority and local autonomy, established templates that influenced virtually every subsequent empire. Alexander the Great, despite conquering the Persian Empire, maintained its administrative structure almost intact. His successors, the Seleucids, governed their territories using Persian provincial systems with Greek overlays. More significantly, Roman administration borrowed extensively from Achaemenid precedents. The Roman provincial system, with its appointed governors, professional civil service, and standardized legal procedures, closely resembled the Persian satrap system. The Islamic Caliphate inherited Persian governmental traditions even more directly. When Arab armies conquered the Sassanid Empire, they retained not only Persian administrators but entire Persian administrative concepts. The Diwan, bureaucratic record-keeping system, the wazir, chief minister, and elaborate court ceremonials all passed directly from Persian into Islamic practice. The Abbasid Caliphate's move to Baghdad in 762 CE essentially recreated the Sassanid court at Ctesiphon with Islamic religious legitimacy. Modern scholars recognize that contemporary civil service systems, from the United States federal bureaucracy to European Union administrative structures, incorporate principles first systematized under Persian rule: merit-based appointment, standardized procedures, hierarchical authority, and professional competence valued above birth or connections. The Persian Empire's most profound and far-reaching impact may be in the realm of religious thought. Zoroastrianism, the faith that provided ideological foundation for Persian rule, introduced concepts that fundamentally transformed human spiritual understanding and continue influencing billions of people today. Before Persian rule, most ancient religions were polytheistic systems where gods behaved capriciously and humans had little agency in determining their fate. Zoroaster's revolutionary teaching, that existence is a cosmic struggle between good and evil, that humans have free will to choose their side, and that individual moral choices determine eternal destiny. represented a conceptual breakthrough that reverberates through history. When Cyrus the Great liberated the Jews from Babylonian captivity, he initiated cultural contact that profoundly influenced Jewish theological development. Concepts like heaven and hell as moral destinations, Satan as a personified evil force, final judgment of souls, angels, and demons, and linear time progressing toward apocalyptic resolution all entered Jewish thought during or after the Persian period. These ideas subsequently passed into Christianity and Islam, faiths whose adherents now number over 4 billion people worldwide. The very word paradise derives from the Old Persian paridesa, enclosed garden, while concepts of cosmic dualism, individual moral responsibility, and ultimate divine justice that characterize all three Abrahamic faiths trace their origins to Zoroastrian theology. The Persian approach to cultural diversity, respecting local traditions while creating overarching imperial unity, established a model that influenced subsequent attempts at multinational governance. Unlike the Assyrian policy of deportation and cultural destruction, or later attempts at forcible assimilation, Persian rulers demonstrated that empire could accommodate difference rather than eliminate it. This multicultural imperial model influenced Roman policy towards subject peoples, contributed to the Islamic concept of dhimmi, protected minority status, and provided precedents for modern approaches to diversity within unified political systems. The European Union, Indian Federation, and other contemporary multinational entities consciously or unconsciously echo Persian innovations in balancing unity with diversity. Persian innovations in architecture and landscape design spread across vast geographical and temporal distances. The Persian garden, with its quadripartite layout, water channels, geometric organization, and integration of architecture with landscape, became one of history's most influential design concepts. Islamic garden design from Morocco to Central Asia follows Persian precedents. The Alhambra in Granada, the courtyards of the Great Mosque of Cordoba, and countless other Islamic architectural monuments incorporate Persian spatial concepts and decorative elements. Most dramatically, Mughal India represented a spectacular flowering of Persian architectural tradition. The Taj Mahal's Chahar Bagh layout, the Red Fort's ceremonial spaces, and the Shalimar Gardens of Kashmir all embody Persian design principles adapted to Indian conditions. Emperor Babur, founder of the Mughal dynasty, explicitly sought to recreate the paradise gardens of his Central Asian homeland in the Indian subcontinent. Even European garden design felt Persian influence through Islamic intermediaries. Moorish gardens in Spain influenced Renaissance Italian designs, which in turn shaped French formal gardens and eventually English landscape architecture. The concept of the garden as earthly paradise with controlled water features and geometric organization traces directly to Persian precedents. Persian poetry and literature profoundly influenced world culture, particularly through the Islamic Golden Age. Persian became the court language across much of the Islamic world, from Ottoman Turkey to Mughal India. Great poets like Hafez, Rumi, and Saadi wrote in Persian, creating literary masterpieces that influenced Arabic, Turkish, Urdu, and other literatures. The Persian epic tradition, preserved in Ferdowsi's Shahnameh, provided models for heroic literature across Islamic civilization. Concepts of chivalric honor, tragic fate, and cosmic struggle between good and evil spread from Persian literature into medieval European romances and courtly literature. Persian decorative arts, particularly carpet weaving, miniature painting, and calligraphy, established aesthetic standards that influenced artistic development from Western Europe to Southeast Asia. Persian textile patterns appeared in Byzantine silks, medieval European tapestries, and Chinese decorative arts. The Persian Empire's support for learning and intellectual exchange created conditions for remarkable scientific and philosophical development. The Academy of Gondishapur under Sassanid rule became a center where Greek philosophy, Indian mathematics, Chinese medicine, and Persian astronomical knowledge merged into new syntheses. When Islamic civilization emerged, it inherited not only Persian administrative and cultural traditions, but also this commitment to intellectual synthesis and cross-cultural learning. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad and other centers of Islamic learning continued the Persian tradition of bringing together scholars from diverse backgrounds to create new knowledge. Persian astronomical observations, mathematical innovations, and medical knowledge contributed to the Islamic Golden Age, which in turn transmitted much ancient knowledge to medieval Europe. The Persian scholar Al-Khwarizmi gave his name to the algorithm, while Persian doctors and philosophers like Al-Razi and Avicenna profoundly influenced European medical and philosophical development. The Persian imperial legacy remains central to modern Iranian national identity. Despite Arab conquest, Islamic conversion, Mongol devastation, and Western colonial pressure, Iranians maintained connection to their ancient heritage through language, cultural practices, and historical memory. Nowruz, Persian New Year, continues to be celebrated across the Iranian cultural sphere, from Iran and Afghanistan to Central Asian republics. Persian poetry remains culturally central, with Hafez's divan found in most Iranian homes. The ancient sites of Persepolis and Pasargadae serve as powerful symbols of national pride and historical continuity. The Islamic Republic of Iran itself, despite its religious ideology, incorporates many symbols and concepts from pre-Islamic Persian tradition. The Iranian flag, national emblems, and official ceremonies consciously evoke ancient Persian imperial imagery, demonstrating the enduring power of this historical legacy. The Persian Empire's contributions to human civilization have gained increasing international recognition. The Cyrus cylinder, recording the conqueror's policies after taking Babylon, has been described as the world's first charter of human rights. A replica is displayed at United Nations headquarters in New York, symbolizing ancient Persia's contribution to concepts of tolerance and human dignity. UNESCO World Heritage. Sites like Persepolis, Pasargadae, and the Persian garden tradition recognize the universal value of Persian cultural achievements. These sites attract millions of visitors annually, demonstrating continued global appreciation for Persian artistic and architectural accomplishments. Perhaps most remarkably, Persian influence continues expanding rather than diminishing. Persian carpet design influences contemporary interior decoration worldwide. Persian poetry inspires modern literature in dozens of languages. Persian garden concepts appear in modern landscape architecture from Australia to North America. The Persian model of multicultural empire provides historical precedent for contemporary discussions about diversity, tolerance, and unity amid difference. Political scientists and historians increasingly study Persian governmental innovations as alternatives to both centralized authoritarianism and fragmented federalism. Persian culinary traditions have spread globally, with Persian restaurants appearing in major cities worldwide. Persian New Year celebrations occur not only in Iranian communities, but in cosmopolitan cities, where Persian cultural influence has taken root. The Persian Empire's most enduring gift to humanity may be the demonstration that great civilizations arise through synthesis rather than isolation. From Cyrus's conquest of Babylon to the Sassanid Academy of Gondishapur, Persian rulers consistently showed that cultural exchange and intellectual openness create strength rather than weakness. This Persian model of creative synthesis, taking the best elements from diverse traditions and combining them into something new and greater, offers timeless lessons for contemporary civilization. In an increasingly interconnected world facing challenges that transcend national boundaries, the Persian example of unity through diversity remains profoundly relevant. The administrative innovations that enable governance across vast distances with limited technology provide insights for managing complex modern organizations. The religious concepts that emerged from Persian spiritual traditions continue offering frameworks for understanding human purpose and moral responsibility. The artistic and architectural achievements that synthesized influences from across the known world demonstrate the creative potential of cultural collaboration. From the ziggurats of ancient Elam to the Islamic Republic of Iran, from Cyrus's tomb at Pasargadae to Persian gardens in contemporary Los Angeles, the imperial legacy flows like an unbroken chain through human history. Each link in this chain, Achaemenid, Parthian, Sassanid, Islamic Persian, Safavid, modern Iranian, preserves and transmits elements of the original Persian achievement while adapting to new circumstances. The Persian Empire may have fallen to Alexander's phalanxes and Arab cavalry, but its ideas, institutions, artistic traditions, and spiritual insights proved indestructible. They continue shaping human development in ways both obvious and subtle, from the gardens of the Alhambra to the religious concepts of billions of believers, from administrative systems governing modern nations to poetic traditions inspiring contemporary literature. In this sense, the Persian Empire never truly fell. It merely transformed, like the sacred fires that Zoroastrians believe have burned continuously for over a millennium, passing its flame from generation to generation, from civilization to civilization, ensuring that the light kindled by Cyrus the Great over 2,500 years ago continues illuminating the human journey toward greater understanding, tolerance, and unity amid diversity. Epilogue. We've completed our journey through more than a millennium of Persian imperial history, from the first Iranian settlers on the plateau to the fall of the Sassanids under the blows of Arab armies. This has been a story of rises and falls, triumphs and tragedies, innovations and adaptations that forever changed the course of human civilization. Cyrus the Great, a modest ruler of the small kingdom of Parsa, became the founder of the first truly universal empire in human history. His vision of a world where diverse peoples could maintain their cultural identity while remaining part of a unified political system was revolutionary for its time and remains relevant today. Darius the Great transformed Cyrus's conquests into the most sophisticated administrative system the ancient world had ever seen. His satrapies, royal roads, standardized currency, and professional bureaucracy created a model of governance that influenced subsequent empires for centuries. Xerxes, despite defeats in Greece, demonstrated the scale of imperial power and organizational capabilities that amazed contemporaries. His expedition, though unsuccessful, showed the world that it was possible to mobilize the resources of 3 continents for a single purpose. The period of decline we trace from Artaxerxes I to Darius III was not simply a story of degradation. It was a complex picture of adaptation to changing circumstances, attempts at reform, and struggles with internal contradictions that ultimately proved irresolvable within the framework of ancient technologies and communication capabilities. Alexander's conquest represented not only military catastrophe, but cultural transformation. Paradoxically, the Macedonians' victory led to the spread of Persian administrative and cultural practices throughout the Hellenistic world. The Sassanid revival proved the resilience of the Persian imperial idea. Half a millennium after the fall of the Achaemenids, a new dynasty was able to recreate a great empire that rivaled Rome and surpassed it in many aspects. The historical significance of the Persian Empire extends far beyond its military victories or territorial conquests. It represented the first serious attempt to create a universal civilization based on principles of tolerance, cultural diversity, and administrative efficiency. The model of governance developed by the Persians became the foundation for all subsequent great empires. From the Roman Empire to the Ottoman, from Mughal India to modern federal states, everywhere we find echoes of Persian administrative innovations. The concept of professional bureaucracy balancing central authority with local autonomy remains relevant for contemporary states. The religious legacy of Persia exerted the most profound influence on humanity's spiritual development. Zoroastrian concepts of good and evil, free will, individual moral responsibility, and final judgment penetrated Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Billions of people today share religious ideas that were first systematized in ancient Persia. The cultural synthesis characteristic of Persian civilization showed the possibility of creating a unified culture from diverse elements, without destroying the sources of that diversity. Persian art, architecture, literature, and science represented creative fusion of many people's traditions, creating something new and beautiful. Persian technological achievements, from irrigation systems to engineering structures, from metallurgy to textile production, contributed to the general progress of human civilization. Many of these innovations continue to be used for centuries after the empire's fall. The diplomatic traditions established by the Persians, including concepts of international law, diplomatic immunity, and peace treaties, laid the foundations of the modern international system. The Cyrus Cylinder is rightfully called the first charter of human rights. In our globalized world, the Persian experience of governing a multinational empire acquires special relevance. Modern challenges, from climate change to economic inequality, require international cooperation on scales comparable to Persian ambitions. The principle of unity and diversity that lay at the foundation of Persian imperial ideology offers an alternative to both narrow nationalism and cultural uniformity. In an era of migration, cultural exchange, and formation of multinational communities, Persian experience shows that differences can be a source of strength rather than weakness. The ecological legacy of the Persians, their ability to work with limited water resources and create sustainable agricultural systems, is especially relevant in conditions of modern ecological crisis. Persian irrigation systems and garden art demonstrate the possibility of harmonious coexistence between humans and nature. The history of the Persian Empire continues to inspire politicians, scholars, artists, and ordinary people worldwide. It shows that great achievements are possible when ambition combines with wisdom, strength with tolerance, and tradition with innovation. Cyrus the Great remains a symbol of enlightened rule and liberation. Darius the Further, a model of effective administrator and builder. Persepolis, an embodiment of artistic perfection and cultural synthesis. Zoroaster, a prophet of moral responsibility and spiritual choice. These images live not only in history textbooks, but in humanity's collective memory, reminding us of the possibility of creating a more just, tolerant, and beautiful world. Our journey through the history of the Persian Empire comes to an end, but the legacy of this great civilization continues to live. Every time we admire the beauty of a Persian carpet or the refinement of Persian poetry, every time we stroll through a garden with geometrically organized paths and water channels, every time we reflect on justice and moral choice, we touch the heritage of ancient Persia. The empire created by Cyrus 2,500 years ago never truly fell. It transformed, adapted, passed from generation to generation, from civilization to civilization. Its administrative principles live in modern states. Its religious ideas shaped the spiritual life of billions. Its artistic traditions continue to inspire creators. In modern Iran, where ancient traditions are preserved and Nowruz is celebrated, where Hafez is read and Persepolis remembered, the connection to the great past remains especially strong. But Persia's legacy belongs not only to the Iranian people, it has become part of universal human heritage. By studying the history of the Persian Empire, we study ourselves, our aspirations for justice, beauty, and unity, our attempts to create a better world from the material of diverse cultures and traditions. We see that greatness lies not in coercion, but in liberation, not in uniformity, but in harmony of differences. May the memory of the Persian Empire remind us that humanity is capable of great achievements when it unites around noble ideals. May the example of Persian rulers inspire contemporary leaders to seek just and wise solutions. May the beauty of Persian art continue to gladden our hearts and elevate our souls. History continues, and we are all heirs to the great Persian tradition. Our task is to preserve and transmit to future generations the best of this heritage: respect for diversity, striving for justice, love of beauty, and faith in the possibility of creating a better world. The sacred fires that Zoroastrians believe have burned continuously for over a millennium serve as a perfect metaphor for Persian civilization itself. Like those eternal flames, the spirit of ancient Persia has never been extinguished. It has passed from the Achaemenids through the Parthians and Sassanids, through Islamic dynasties and modern Iran, lighting new torches of inspiration across cultures and centuries. In our interconnected world, facing unprecedented challenges, we need the Persian example more than ever. We need their vision of unity amid diversity, their commitment to justice and tolerance, their ability to synthesize the best elements from different traditions into something greater than the sum of its parts. The gardens of Persepolis may lie in ruins, but the garden of human civilization continues to bloom with flowers planted by Persian hands. The royal roads of the ancient empire may be buried under centuries of dust, but the pathways of cultural exchange and mutual understanding they pioneered remain open to those who choose to walk them. Thank you for sharing this remarkable journey through the history of one of humanity's greatest civilizations. May the wisdom of the ancients and the inspiration of their achievements remain with you always.